Uh, just a guy, Mr. Rodrigo, which is from SEPA 4, I guess. Rodrigo.
Okay. So, okay, we are here.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I won't be present this year,
Yes.
but this pandemic is terrible. Oh my God. Are you in at Nigeria, Professor?
Yes, yes, I'm in Nigeria.
How are things there, Nigeria?
Uh, is not very bad like the Western countries, but is still, you may say that so so.
Yeah, Brazil.
Now, it
Unfortunately,
is
it's
very
not
terrible. I know it. Hmm.
bad.
Very terrible.
Hope this pass and we'll be together at 2021.
Oh, okay, okay, sure, sure. That there is no any issue. There is the end of everything. Okay, so there is no any issue that it is not going to be end.
Yeah,
But it affected a lot. You know that since last 6 months, I'm also here. I'm traveling a lot. So
yeah,
we are here. We because in the online platform it is okay, but it is not very. The major purpose of the conference is not going to be solved. No, no
yeah.
cleaning to do. Hmm.
That's true. Definitely, the present when you go to the conference and this present, it's another experience.
Yes, yes, yes. There is a means you cannot replace anything with this one.
Yeah.
I don't know. So how is life going on there? So you are confined in at the home?
Yes, yeah. I'm at my apartment now.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, it's terrible. I miss a lot because we have some beaches and everything, so we should not go out.
Yes,
So
yes, yes, yes.
really
Mhm.
terrible. Everything is closed here, and
Yes.
our university is closed, and we're having remote classes, and
Remote
it's not the same
classes,
thing.
yes.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not the same thing. Have a lot of poor students that don't have access to computers or internet, so it's terrible.
It's terrible, yes, because several of them they don't have even internet plans, they don't have the very good access. So how they are going to do it? It's really
Yeah,
painful.
yes, true. True, Professor. What about India, Professor? India is growing also, right? There's pandemic there.
Yes, it is growing, but in India and Nigeria, almost same case. They are trying to control since beginning. I don't know what happened in the US and Brazil
Yeah,
because they couldn't learn with the past lessons. It started late, but they both countries I think they made some mistake. But also the thing is that how many days you can close everything. This is, for example, my university is open. You know, I'm in my office, no class. Students are not there, but because I'm living inside the campus, so also the things becomes normal now. Means people can move here and there. Maybe the final year students are going to resume.
hmm,
I don't know.
yeah. The problem
I
here is the politics. The politics are unfortunately not the good ones. So the Brazil, the problem is the politics.
politics, yes. Mhm.
Yeah.
Have you submitted your thesis?
Sorry.
Have you completed your this PhD program?
That's the I'm not able to submit by the author's links to I3 at this site. I don't know why, Professor. When I go to the submission site, there is the link for submit through I3 CPS Authors Kit, but I don't know why. When I click, it doesn't do anything. It go back to this site. I don't know if the link is wrong at the site. I'm not sure what's happening.
So the Christian William is not their first guy. He is, I don't know. And this optimization of the use of the critical resources, he is also not there. Karina Castillo is also not there, right? Nobody is present at this time. Sorry, it is the general track. This is
Yeah, we have here some.
yes.
Good morning, Prof.
Good morning. Who is on the line?
Jay
Oh,
Pancham.
Sir, how are you?
Fine, good. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. Nice
Good.
to see you on this platform, right?
Sorry.
Nice to see you at this platform.
Yes, good to see you as well. I went to the other rooms. Well, then I went to YouTube and all. Yeah, then I looked down for your session, and here we are. So I hear you saying that your university is sort of getting back to normal.
I think so because the government has now they are releasing the internal flights from today. Uh,
Yes.
internal flights from today, and also the interstate movement from today as well. Already the
Okay.
lockdown is over. Uh, Means there is a curfew in the night, but in the day hours we can move with some restriction. So we are expecting that
Okay.
maybe finally students can resume. Because you know in Africa, how can
Okay.
not everybody can go for the online? How can you force a person
Sure.
living in the
Rural area.
yes
yeah,
rural area? We are in
Yes,
Africa.
yes,
Brazil is also the same thing. Okay,
yeah.
means we are developing
yes,
countries. How can we bear?
yes, yes. So what we have done as well, from the 17th June, the university said we must go online to continue with lectures. And they've given each of the students about 10 gig data during the day and 10 gig at night. So, and they said that a maximum of 30% of students and staff is allowed on campus. And that is the final year students who are going to graduate at the end of this year. So they've given each of the students permits to come to campus. And if the staff need to come to campus as well, they need a permit to come to campus. So maximum of 30% will be allowed. But other than that, from the 17th of June, we started with the online lectures,
Mhm.
and many issues. We're using MS Teams, and each of the staff also given 20 gigs of data. But students are complaining that the data is getting depleted, and they don't have connectivity as well. And the line seems to be very poor as well. So
Okay.
very similar issues down here as well.
Yeah.
So
But we've started. I've started my lectures, and I've got group projects that I actually manage. So attendance is very, very poor, unfortunately. Yeah.
no, we are also taking our masters classes by online, but only masters
Sure.
classes. Undergraduate classes we are uploading the audio lectures. You know we
Yes,
have
yes.
to follow to the guidelines from the Nigerian
Right.
this NUC University
Yes, yes,
Commission.
yes.
So
Okay.
this
Yes.
is
So yeah, all most of the lectures we've uploaded videos and all the literature, but
mm,
I think a lot of the students are in rural areas, and therefore connectivity is an issue. And then if
yes
the
this is
student is
what
attending, 5 or 6 lectures during the day, the data is going to depleted within like 2 weeks, and yeah,
Yeah.
so that's been an issue.
Same problem here in Brazil.
Is it? Yeah, yeah, and I don't know.
But the
I don't know what.
China has really screwed, means they have destroyed the whole community in the whole world. This is the truth. When you see some of the cases,
Yes,
I read that a guy in the in Patna day before yesterday, he
yes,
came from Delhi to the Patna by car for his
right.
marriage. He has married, and second day he has a some ache on the stomach. As soon as he was reaching up to the aims, he expires. You know that.
Oh,
Who married within one day, and he drove the car from the 800 900 kilometers from Delhi to Patna for the marriage. And then
shame.
they observed, yes, then they observed that when they start checking, his father, mother, approximately 200 guys were infected.
Yeah. Oh my
200
goodness.
guys. This means the government of India is not allowing to go for a marriage more than 50 guys together. Means
Yes,
no,
yes,
in
yes.
any other
Sure.
marriage you cannot go more than 50 person all at all. Means boys side, girls side, and all friends.
Yes, yes,
So
yes,
you
yes,
cannot
yes.
invite. But cook, servants, 200 guys are infected. Second case I read yesterday as well. A guy, 24 years old.
Yes,
He was taken in a Hyderabad in a hospital, and he has created. It is on the BBC. He has created a video at the last time that my oxygen is going to reduce. Papa, I am going to die. Okay, my
oh
oxygen
my
is going
goodness.
to be reduced, like that.
Yes. Oh my
Okay.
goodness.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah.
Welcome. In fact, I welcome to everybody here. Any of the author who has to present in this session? He was taken in a Hyderabad in a hospital, and he has created. Hello, I saw. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Is any author present for the session to present?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, yeah.
I'm trying to see the names in the right corner,
Yes,
but
yes.
I
I,
guess number one is there is a
Iraj.
manual.
Emmanuel is there. It's 9:20 his time. Yes,
Yeah.
Emmanuel.
I think he lost connection. Oh, he's back. Emmanuel. See the names.
Hello, Emmanuel.
I think your echo is actually feeding back properly.
Okay, but why it is doing like that? Maybe it is.
I think your echo is actually feeding back properly.
No, no. I think it is coming. Your voice is also coming, right? Ja-
Okay. Okay. Let me reduce my volume.
No, no. It is not due to you. I think it is system problem. Is it not? Why it
Okay.
is coming after some time?
Yes, yes, yes. I think if you just reduce the volume of your speaker, it might minimize the effect.
Yeah. Or use the headset or something like that. I don't know.
Already it is 46%.
Yeah. Okay. Let me reduce my volume.
I guess Iraj put
Yes.
the message. Are you here at 9:30?
Yes, yes,
Mhm.
yes. I think if you just reduce the volume of your speaker, it might minimize the effect.
I'm listening to.
Iraz is there, right?
Yeah.
Welcome, Iraz.
Thank you.
I think when is your presentation? Your presentation is
Uh, my
yes. Now, if you want, you can present it, Iraz, at 9:30, right?
Yes, I'm. My presentation is set to. Thank you.
9:30.
My presentation is for 1930.
Yeah. Emmanuel is here. He put a message at the chat. Yes, my first presentation.
Oh, yes.
Hello,
I
everyone.
prefer to.
Sorry to interrupt you. I'm the moderator. I must remind you that we have a tight schedule, so if you could start with the presentations.
It's a long delay in sound, and it's a technical problem. It seems a long delay between speaking
I
and
see.
the voice.
I see. Is a technical issue of your connection or just in this
No,
room?
everybody is experiencing the same thing.
Okay, I see.
Can I come in quickly? The sound seems to be coming up at the same time, but what happens? The sound is actually repeated a few seconds later on.
Okay,
Yes,
I
yes.
see.
So when you hear see the person, you can hear the sound at the same time, but a few seconds later, the same speech comes back. Very low though. Yes, yes.
Okay,
Maybe
let me
we
check
can
it.
switch off the mics.
Yes, please. Yes.
Can you show me where to switch off the mics on the?
On the bottom of your screen,
Yeah.
there should be a microphone icon.
Yes.
If you click it, you will switch it off. Right there, like that. Yes, perfect. So yes, if you could start with the presentations, it would be nice because we have time. We have until 10, I believe. So
Yes, Emmanuel. Please ask Emmanuel to present.
Not sure. Maybe Emmanuel is having some issue because it seems that he is here with us, but I'm not sure why he's not responding. Maybe it's the microphone.
yeah, he has the microphone off. I believe he's trying to share the screen.
Yeah. Yeah, he lost connection, so I guess he's
Yeah, probably there's an issue with the connection. So do we have any other presenter here in the room?
Yeah, Ziraj is here.
So we can maybe switch presentations and start with that instead.
Iraj, are you here?
Hello, I
Hello?
hear you.
Do you have any other presenter?
Do you want to anticipate your presentation? Because I think the Emmanuel is have some connection problem. Oh, he's back.
There's a lot of because of the delay in voice. There is a conflict with in voices and sounds of persons.
So is anyone else experiencing this issue as well?
Oh, can you please present the paper? What are you doing?
I think they have. For me, the connection is okay. The sound is okay, but
For me as well.
No, I can't hear you anything on the system. I can only hear you on phone. So please, where are you now? You should be in your university with a good internet connection.
Have you tried to disconnect and reconnect again to the room?
No, I can't see you anything. So please present because the time is moving. I'm expecting you. Please be fast and have a good internet connection at any place. You can present anyhow. It is not an issue, but you have to present.
yeah.
Please try to refresh the page. It will be useful.
No, I can't see you anything. So please present because the time is moving. I'm expecting you. Please be fast and have a good internet connection at any place. You can present anyhow. It is not an issue, but you have to present.
Please try to refresh the page. It will be useful.
Percentages of this side.
Oh, Iraj. Okay.
Can I start?
Yes, you can start.
Okay. Hello, everybody. My presentation is about biz DevOps and a multi-vocal literature review in this area. I'm honored to have this opportunity to.
Yes, you can start.
Sorry. Hello, everybody. Sorry. Biz DevOps and multi-vocal literature review in this area. Is
By any chance, do you have the room open into tabs? Maybe, so you are hearing the sound after you speak.
I hear my sound with a delay, and it confused me. I can't continue. I don't know what I have to do.
Try to completely close your browser and then reopen it and join the room again.
Okay.
Please. Thank you.
Okay. Let me close the browser and then again I will
And
come back. Hello?
Hello?
Yes,
Hello, Eren.
We can see you again. Do you still have the problem you were experiencing?
No, I'm trying to
Perfect.
start again. I
Yes,
hope
please.
it is okay. Let me share my PowerPoint. Okay. You hear me?
Yes, please
Okay.
continue.
Hello again. My presentation is about biz DevOps and a multi-vocal literature review on this field. I'm honored to have this opportunity. First of all, in this presentation, I'm going to propose a brief picture of our research subject, that is BizDevOps, as well as the format of conducting the research as far as possible in this limited time. BizDevOps, or as is called in some cases, DevOps 2, is a conceptual framework for software development that has its roots in the lean philosophy and agile principles, and also continuous software engineering practices. In fact, it is in line with DevOps engineering, in line with DevOps and engaging business sector in the workflow within the software life cycle. The core idea on which BizDevOps is based is providing the bed for cooperation of business development and operation sectors along the workflow from the earliest steps to the end. Uh, uh, the first fact we faced was sorry. The primary purpose of the research is filling the gap between theory and practice, and also providing a whole picture about BizDevOps through combining the visions from both sides, academic and industry lines. We have the first problem that we had in this research was the scarcity of the academic resources, enough academic resources, because the biz DevOps subject is relatively new, and due to the novelty of the subject, there's no enough academic resources, and we had to refer to those resources like websites and vendors' web pages and educational and training files and videos, for example, that called great literature. We used the multivocal literature review method in this research. Multivocal literature review is a specific kind of systematic literature review that focus on the gray literatures, and besides the academic papers, and you should to review a lot of materials called gray literature for gathering the results and combining them together.
Continue.
Yes, yes. The research questions are selected in such a way to reflect the various aspects of the subject, including the meaning of BizDevOps, reasons and motivations in adopting BizDevOps characteristics, existing challenges and potential benefits, and lastly, the trend of expanding of the issue. Uh, Typically, in researchers conducting in form of multivocal, uh, adopting a systematic approach for search, evaluation, and selection of materials play a key role. The first issue to decide are databases and search engines, and also search terms that need to be defined during the primary studies, and inclusion and exclusion criteria have to be defined also, and lastly, defining some standard measures and rules for determining the cutoff point in search. Uh, in this MLR, given the way the Google search engine algorithm works, we were faced to a lot of results or ordered by the relation to the search term. Therefore, we had to determine search results are enough based on their relation to the topic. As is shown in the diagram, we use the Google Scholar and Google General Search Engine. We use Google Scholar for finding scientific papers, and Google General for searching in gray literatures. Then we schemed the findings and collect the related results, and review these results at the first step, and eventually we selected the desired materials for full text review. This process is shown in the picture, and this table also shows the number of materials and literatures that we had in our research. The initial results and the reviewed and reviewed materials, and lastly, the full text reviewed papers and materials are shown here. To explain the results of research one by one, we focused on research questions. The first research question was about the meaning of the BizDevOps. As I said, BizDevOps is a conceptual framework that rooted in the lean philosophy and agile values, and also it is according to the continuous software engineering practices. Actually, it is BizDevOps is an extension to the DevOps, and could be therefore in most of cases among people, it is known as the DevOps 2 or an extension to the DevOps, because in addition to operation and development sectors, it considers a business sector as a third part of the software development process. It could be considered in comparison with the trend in agile methods, and then DevOps and BizDevOps. It could be considered as like Russian dolls, Matryoshka dolls. It is the same in nature, but the difference is in the domain, and the extension of the domain is the matter that is vary in agile methods, DevOps, and BizDevOps. And also, the research question number 2 was about motivation and motivations in adopting the BizDevOps. As is very popular in the gray literature, they focus on the role of BizDevOps in combination the three sectors: business, development, and operations. Together, integration of these three sectors in the software development process, and the subsequential results that could be gained in this way. And the active participation of business stakeholders in the process is another motivation for adopting BizDevOps. It helps to transforming the process of development, software development, from the traditional form of employee and contractor to the cooperational and sharing the responsibility in a balance among these three sections. And the third research question was the main characteristics of BizDevOps. It could be considered in various levels, and in the highest level, we can focus on values that are values and then principles. In these levels, BizDevOps is same as the other, like DevOps and Agile methods, is in the area, the domain of lean philosophy and agile principles. And in practices, BizDevOps also try to materialize the continuous software engineering practices. And the lowest level that we categorize and describe BizDevOps characteristics is tool chain.
I'm sorry to intervene, but we have a tight schedule, so if you could please reach the conclusion of the presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
I also shows the tool chain bit and comparison with DevOps, and also challenges and benefits was the further result, and the trend of changing in the term of DevOps, and the most useful result of the research, I think, is the validity. The most important result of the research, I think, is that we have to consider in research in this domain is the scarcity of the scientific resources and the advertising and commercial trends in the gray literature. The existing literatures are mostly commercial materials, and also overlapping with DevOps is a issue that in such research have to be considered, and also lack of business side. All of the materials discuss the subject from the IT side, and we didn't find any material from the business side. Sorry for my poor English and problems. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ika. It was a nice presentation, and you are also inaugurating the presentation in the SEPA. So congratulate once again. I think Emmanuel is waiting for the presentation. Emmanuel Okoyu, please upload your Emmanuel. 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 Emmanuel, please upload your presentation. I think everybody can hear my voice, right?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you, as well.
Yeah, Emmanuel.
Maybe Dr. Okewo, you can switch on your microphone by clicking.
Send a chat message.
I'm sorry?
Send a chat message. He can't hear anything, I think so.
His mic is off as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
His mic is off, but is okay. How to?
Okay, he disconnected apparently.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he's driving or somebody's driving.
Yeah. So, do we have any other presenter here in the room?
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes,
All right.
now we can hear you.
Okay, so can you see my presentation? Is software engineering approach to implementation of SDG in Admana Community of Nigeria.
No, we can't see. Please share
Sir?
your screen. Please share your screen. We can't
Okay.
see.
You
Okay,
can
I'm
find
coming.
the icon for sharing your screen on the bottom left corner of your window.
Okay, can you see? Is it
No.
okay?
Yes,
Yes,
we
it
can
is
see.
okay now.
Okay.
Let me remind you that you have
Yeah.
10 minutes.
Good morning, fellow participants. Yeah. My presentation is on the software engineering approach to implementation of Sustainable Development Goal 6 in Admana community in Nigeria. Essentially, we intend to solve a problem which is that of open defecation using an engineering approach. And we are looking at enhancing the water sanitation hygiene system. Well, in our environment here in Nigeria, Admana happens to be a rural area where it is believed that open defecation is a norm rather than an exception, and we want to change that perception. Now, the engineering approach would involve using software models to actually highlight certain issues, particularly when it comes to social behavioral change, so that people will understand that open defecation is an issue that needs to be tackled. Meanwhile, the open defecation issue is captured in the Sustainable Development Goal 6, and essentially ability to attain this demands that people should be carried along so that they will understand the health implication of open defecation. Now, the community we are looking at has these wash system actors, include the local government, traditional institutions, religious organizations, primary health centers, educational institutions, and community dwellers. Well, all of this we need to come together to be able to essentially bring about a change in the behavior of the people towards the issue of open defecation, and by extension ensuring that we have a healthy environment for productivity. Now, before now, we've had a foundation that has worked. This local community has water sources that can be harnessed. But you see, it is not just about having the water sources, it's about the people, changing the orientation of people to know that there is a problem, and there's needs to have adequate wash system. In other words, have adequate sanitation system to be able to tackle the issue of the issue of open defecation. So in this community, some of the streams that we have that people can utilize, we have highlighted in these visuals here. Like we have the Oboribo stream, the Opalike stream, Oyirete, and so on. Now, part of our study methodology involves carrying out a requirement analysis using a use case where we identify that if you are going to have a good wash system that will change the behavior of people towards open defecation, well, the use case system identifies things like enlightening the sanitary systems. We're talking about water systems. Even as we speak, people, even with the issue of pit toilets, we discover that may not be able to solve the problem, the water system.
But there's no any change in the screen.
The case taken from enlightenment to campaigns design, we used an n-layered architecture to actually choose deep learning neural networks for predictive analytics. The results we got using optimizers like Adam, we actually had that in and also using some database like the MNI's data. If it means decision makers or actors rely on neural networks as a model for that we eradicate the open defecation issue, and by extension tackle health emergencies. Essentially, it's about being able to take decisions that would be able decisions that essentially would tackle health emergencies as a result of the open defecation problem. Well, with respect to the implication of the work, the reality is that poor health can emanate from open defecation, and poor health can result in low productivity. So if we are able to put in place a good water and sanitation system as articulated by this engineering model, we believe that we'll be able to find solution to this global problem using a community-based approach. And now, apart from using a software model like the use case and use case diagram, the reality is that predictive models like the deep learning neural networks would help in ensuring that decision making they are close to accurate, so that when decisions are taken regarding health emergencies, at least we would be rest assured that we are taking robust measures. Well, in conclusion, tackling the open defecation issue is an integral part of the Sustainable Development Goal 6, and it's a problem, it's a global problem. However, it is more prominent in rural areas than the urban areas from what our studies have shown, and particularly in developing economies like Nigeria. We believe that if we integrate such engineering models into our decision-making process, it will enhance decision making and be able to change the behavioral patterns of people towards this particular health issue. As we speak, people still believe that it is normal to engage in open defecation, but through this, we should be able to change the orientation. And in future work, we look forward to researchers exploring more ways of actually internalizing the issue of open defecation in the minds of the people, so that it will be seen as a health problem and a global problem for that matter. And essentially, once this is done, we'll be looking at tackling the issue of open defecation and achieving that target of SDG by 2030. Well, these are references. Thank you for listening.
Yes, the presentation was nice, but I can't see any. Yes, it was stuck. I just see the last slide here. Any question,
Hello?
Adam, please? Any question from anybody? Hello.
Hello?
Hello. If we
Hello?
don't have any question, we can go to the next presentation, maybe.
Yes, but I think there is a only presenter here in this session. Moderator, SEBA to link is the same or we have to disconnect and connect again?
I can't really understand you.
There is something noise, right?
There is a problem with Professor Okewu. Let me see. There was echo.
You go from, okay, he has already presented. What I mean that SEPA 2 is going to be started within 1 minute. Is it the same link or we have to switch again?
I believe it's the same link. It's the same
Moderator,
room. It's the same room. So we can actually stay here.
Professor, this presentation of a manual was for SEPA 2, I guess. It was a software engineering approach to implementation.
okay, yes, you are right. He has to even present, he has to, so okay, you can have to present the second one as well, right? Or the SEPA 2, SEPA 1. He has two papers.
Yes, he has one at
And
SEPA 1 also. Present the one from SEPA 2.
okay, okay, yes. So he can present, it is not an issue.
Okay.
Okoyo, can you present your second paper? Okoyo,
Professor,
yes.
I can't hear Professor Okewu. It's there is no video at all as well.
But he is online.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Okoyo, Emmanuel. Yes.
Just to remind him he had a problem with the slides in the last presentation, so I guess he could use this view for present.
It's not an issue. If he will say much, he will be confused. Let him present, but no voice, right?
Yeah.
No audio.
I will try to unmute the presenter while at the same time muting everyone else. So please let me see if it works. No, it didn't work. Professor, okay, would you please turn on your... Perfect. Please go on with your
Are you
presentation.
hearing me?
Yes, we
Okay.
do.
Yes, we looking at parameter tuning using adaptive moment estimation, and there are two issues when it comes to training neural networks. That's the loss quality as well as training time. And there have been a number of methods when it comes to training. There are methods like Newton's method. However, the prominent one is gradient descent. But in order to improve on loss quality as well as training time, over time, we've had optimizers like Adam, RMS Probe, Ada Grade, and Ada Data. Now, in this particular work, because we are interested in decision makers actually working with optimizers that can reduce quality time, reduce loss quality as well as training time of deep neural networks, we empirically tested these existing stochastic optimization algorithms. Typically, in a deep neural network, you talk about forward pass as well as backward pass, as shown in the diagram. And of course, this is a simplified form of neural networks. Now, what we did was to empirically test the strength of optimizers like Adam, RMS prop, as well as SGD and other data. However, our interest is to explore adaptive moment estimation for a parameter update. Now, when it comes to training deep neural networks, parameter update is very key. Before now, researchers who have used methods like SGD, other data, and so on, they have looked at how they can adjust learning rates using other methods. However, adaptive moment estimation seems to be encouraging, and essentially for us to prove this, we had to embark on some empirical experiments, and we use the MNIST database, which essentially is made up of 60,000 images of handwritten digits. And then, of course, for our work, we got the database and had to break it down into training data as well as testing data, where the training data was used to model the deep neural network. And then, of course, the testing data, we use it to evaluate the model that have been put in place to ascertain the performances of stochastic optimizers like Adam, RMS Pros, and the rest of them. And of course, we have our label data, which is also made up of 60,000 data. Now, the label data essentially serves as the supervisor, so that whatever we are doing, we compare our outcome with the label data. So, and the experiment was done using Python deep learning libraries, typically the Keras, as we talk about Keras as well as the TensorFlow. Flow. Now, the results we got from about 7 experiments we have performed in all, and in experiment 1, for example, we observed that the optimizer Adam actually had a mean accuracy of 98.2%. while the second experiment using other grades got 97.6%. In the third experiment, again, we experimented with other grades just to examine the behavior of optimizers, and we got 97.7%. In experiment 4, other delta was used. Another delta produced an accuracy of 98.4%. In experiment 5, RMS prop, which is one of the methods that uses adaptive moment estimation, which we are evaluating for future work, gave us 98.2% accuracy. And in experiment 6, we have SGD, which gave 94.9%. The last experiment we also repeated with Adam because we wanted to understand, at least with series of experiments, to understand the behavior of Adam. And Adam gave us 98.3%. Now, our interpretations is that the two optimizers, out of these optimizers, there are 2 of them that use adaptive moment estimation, which we are evaluating for future work. We believe that adaptive moment estimation can be improved upon, and by extension, it will help us in reducing the loss quality that we see in deep neural models, as well as improving the training time. So, based on the experiment performed, it's clear that Adam, for example, uses 2 moments, that's first and second moment, while RMS prop use only 1 moment. However, both of them, the common denominator is that both of them use adaptive moment estimation. Now, in experiment 1 and 7, we could see that mean accuracies posted by Adam was 98.2% and 98.3%. This is the accuracy level, which essentially, of course, this is encouraging, which means that for any decision maker that relies on predictive analytics using Adam, is sure of getting about 90. If you find the average of the two, is about 98.25%, and that level of accuracy is encouraging. Now, in experiment 5, we used RMS prop produce a mean accuracy of 98.2%. This is also encouraging. Now, what we are bringing is that we have 2 optimizers that use adaptive moment estimation, which is the focus of our study, and both of them have posted encouraging results. The issue is that going forward, if we must improve on stochastic optimizers which are used for training deep neural network, we believe strongly that going along the path of adaptive moment estimation for updating for updating weights or for carrying out parameter tuning. Essentially, when you update weights, you are tuning the parameters so that, and as you are tuning the parameters, you are reducing the loss of the model. So we are concluding that if Adam and RMS products, which are existing stochastic optimizers, can give encouraging results, it means that we can improve on optimization algorithms using further moments, because RMS Plus use only one moment, while Adam used first and second moment. So we are proposing, based on what the experiments performed, that we can also look at using third and fourth moments in a future work, which we an algorithm we are looking forward to, or which we refer to as Admana, for example. Now, when that is done, of course, we will be able to test, to make a comparison, benchmark it against existing stochastic optimizer to see if there are gains or not in terms of loss quality and training time. Essentially, what we have done in the study is to examine, use Python deep learning libraries as well as the MLI database to experiment with handwritten digits. And the focus has been to see how existing stochastic optimizers like Adam, RMPro work their performance with respect to loss quality and training time. And what we have found out is that those optimizers that use adaptive moment estimation are performing well, and if that is the case, it provides a basis for future works in this area so that we can explore higher moments of higher moments of gradients for improving on loss quality as well as training time. These are references. Thank you for listening. Thank you, sir.
Professor, you should turn on your microphone manually.
The Microsoft.
Yes. Perfect.
Hello.
Professor
Yes.
Sanjay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can go there. It's late.
You can listen to an echo.
This voice is coming from where?
Andre, can you please? There is
There is a lot of echo from Professor Okewo. I'm disabling the audio right now.
okay. So
Okay, I think who is the second presenter? Let us start with the second presentation.
Okay. Sorry, Professor Okewo. So, what is this?
is there any other presenter?
Is a presenter or just a spectator?
Maria, Sharikova, Robert, anybody here?
Do we have any mean to contact the presenters?
I don't know. What do you think,
I'm
Professor?
sending the mails. Right now, I'm just sending the mails to.
Hello, Prof. This is Shegun
Yes,
Bola.
Shagun. Shagun is
Yeah.
there, so he can present the third paper as well now.
No, my presentation is 9:20 or 10. I think 10:20 or something.
10:20?
Yes, it is. It is 10:20. Yes. So
Yeah.
this Maria, but you can present it now, Shagun.
Oh, okay. So can you give me 2 minutes to set up because I
Okay, no
don't.
problem.
All right. All right.
Yes.
Professor Sandra, your name here, it's Fellow Jitse. I guess you have to change this name that is presented by the right side of a column on the right side. You
What?
know, there is the name of the participants here, and your name is Fellow Jitse. Is the I think is the common one that they put. So if you go to these three dots on the right corner, you can click and change your name.
Okay, how to do it?
There is I'm going to present my screen, and I can present you how to do it. Are you seeing my screen?
I can't see it made. When I am
Morning.
You can go here.
Alpha. Báwo ṣe ti
And
settle ẹ? Okay. All right.
who is this?
it's these three
This fellow
dots on the.
Gister. Please,
Yeah.
fellow Gister.
I have no idea.
He is one of the cohort on this paper. I need to contact him to mute himself.
Yeah.
Okay, this fellow Gister is a co-author.
You say?
This fellow is a co-author in this paper, right?
Yeah, he's a co-author in this paper. Yeah,
Okay.
I think he has muted
Okay,
himself.
okay. Yes, it's okay.
Okay, so
Robert Abalade Dare Segun Folasende, but his name is not in the paper.
hello.
Yes, so can start.
Don't share my screen.
Not now.
How will I? Hello, Prof.
Yes,
Can I make my presentation now?
yes, you can do it. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't know what happens. Immediately I press the share screen button, my Chrome shuts down. So, any issue with that?
If you
Change
want,
your
you
browser.
can change the browser or else start the presentation without the slides eventually.
Professor Mishra, I sent my slide to your email. If you can share the slide, then I present. Is that okay?
But can you resend it again?
Okay, I'll do that now.
Or better to change to the.
I think you responded to the email that the slides now.
Yes,
The slide is
I
there.
have a lot of emails. Yes, there are a lot of emails are there. Segun, let me check. Mhm.
The email.
Second, yes, I got it. Today's presentation. ICC.
Hello, Prof. Were you able to retrieve the slides?
I'm opening. It is opening.
Okay.
Is it okay? It is sharing now.
Yeah, I can see it now. Can we do slideshow, or it's fine that way?
Okay, I will do the slideshow.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, and I'm Kevin Pokuala from Manchester Metropolitan University. I think I'm hearing echo. Let me use my headset. Okay. Hello.
Yes, continue.
Yeah. Okay. So the title of my presentation. Okay. Can you go back to the first slide, please? The title of the presentation is Calibration of Empirical Path Loss Models. Empirical models for path loss prediction in urban environments. The list of the authors are provided, and I'm affiliated with the Manchester Metropolitan University. Yeah, next slide, please. So this subject, I try to discuss the context and the background of this presentation of this research. The broad context is in wireless communication systems, and the subfield of this research is radio propagation. And the argument of this research is centered around the fact that wireless propagation channel has different challenges because of the wide spread of the channel. Unlike the wired channel that is constrained, the wireless channel is subjected to a lot of problems, including noise, distortion, and signal attenuation. And this signal attenuation depends on the environment and sometimes weather condition, and then the frequency at which you are propagating. So in order to estimate the loss that will be in the wireless channel, propagation path loss model is usually used for path loss estimation. And the accuracy of these models is what determines the reliability of the radio network planning. So if you want to plan a wireless network in an area, you need to use path loss model to estimate and to predict the amount of loss, the amount of signal loss. So, but what we discovered as a problem statement here is that we have a lot of empirical models, but by the time you use them to predict path loss in a different environment that differs from where they were developed, because most of these path loss models were developed using measurement data. So when you deploy those existing path loss models in a different environment, the losses are usually high. So the objective of this paper is to calibrate the path loss model so that we can minimize the prediction error. And by so doing, the radio network planning and optimization process will be more accurate. So That's the research goal. So the goal at the end of this research, we want to show that we've been able to minimize the prediction error in existing propagation model. So this is the research methodology. First, drive test measurements were conducted in the study area, which is Lagos in Nigeria, so that path loss values, path loss data collected at 1800 megahertz frequency. Then the accuracy of existing models were investigated so that we know what do we have as the state of the art. And next slide. And then we focused on three most popular empirical models, which are Okumurata model, COS231 model, and the standard propagation model. These are the three popular ones based on the literature, and we concentrated on that. Now in the results, by the left-hand side, you can see the difference between the measured and the predicted. This is what was predicted by standard propagation model, the state of the art. Then after the tuning, or what we call the calibration, we obtain the result that you can see on the right-hand side for dense suburban propagation. Then follow, next slide. So the subsequent slide shows the differences and the result we got as a result of the calibration in different propagation environment and using different model. Like for this now, this is Okumurata model, and the difference is obvious. Next. This is for COS231 Hatta model in dense suburban environment. Next. Next slide, please. So this is then we check for dense urban propagation environment. So majorly we try to investigate this problem in different propagation environments, and we try to use different empirical models, and we calibrated them. Then we got correction factors, which we added to the formula after we obtained good results. So I'll go to the discussion part of the slide. So at the end of the day, we discovered that COS231 Hatta model gave the closest prediction result when we measure it relative to the field measurement data. And the main error, we subject this prediction error, and we got to know that is by mean error, standard deviation, and root mean square error. And it's measured in decibel. These are the respective error that we got before the model calibration. And after the model calibration, the error has reduced significantly. Okay, these are the first one is for the suburban, the next one is the dense urban. Next slide. So after the prediction, we discovered that the mean error of all the calibrated model is now approximately 0 dB, and the standard deviation is less than 8.5, which is recommended by the International Telecommunication Union. So conclusion. So in conclusion, we discovered that the proposed path loss models that we have calibrated achieve the minimum mean error and falls within the range of the acceptable standard deviation for an effective that is required for effective radio network planning. So therefore, this result is promising, and it can account for the unique features in local environments where the propagation data was collected from. So the evidence, the conclusion of this study is that it is important to recalibrate models for specific environment, because like Okumura model was, the data that was used to develop this model was collected in Japan, but definitely the propagation environment and terrain of Japan is different from that of Nigeria. So we can't just adopt that model there. So it is important that we adapt the parameters of an established model to account for localized features, so that the error in propagation will be minimized. All right, next slide. So these are the references for studies. Next. Thank you. Any question?
Thank you, Segun.
Yeah.
Ithmir, have you any other presenter now?
Sorry, Professor?
Have you any other presenter?
Let me check.
Hello, sir.
Yes,
Can we ask question?
but your session is you have presented, right?
I have question for Mr. Shegun who just presented.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
And I think I have questions for you too. That's fine.
okay, so ask.
Okay, Mr. Shegun, thank you so much for the presentation. You you rightly mentioned you use data in Japan to actually look at the situation in Nigeria, and you of course you acknowledge that that may not be that compatible.
Yeah.
Now, the reality is that when it comes to wireless communication, it has become a sustainable development issue. I don't know, in the spirit of inclusive innovation, what are you doing specifically to help developing economies like Nigeria to really measure up when it comes to wireless communication?
Okay. I think one of the challenges of emerging economy is that at the beginning of the uh, launching of each of the evolution of GSM of wireless communication system, like now, before you launch 5G, before before you launch 5G, there will have been different measurements that will have been taken in different environments. So the problem actually starts with when these communication systems are being developed, the peculiarity of some terrain are not accounted for. Maybe because part of the people that are doing the research does not come from that area, or and one of the
Yes.
challenges we have in our area is that we don't have the required equipment. So when you want to compare with what Professor Rappaport is doing, these equipment are very, very expensive. So they have the advantages of doing real life data. The equipment that what we use to collect this data now, we collected this data over existing equipment. So that means we must have 5G launched already before we can take this measurement. Whereas they have standardized equipment that can be used to collect. So if we also have access to this kind of channel sander and high definition equipment, we'll be able to do it before the launch of the wireless. So what we are doing now is like a remedial to the main problem. So as you have said, if you want to actually, because there are many advantages of like 5G now, it will help a lot of smart systems, even smart health. It will help remote surgery and all of that. But if we don't participate as developing countries in the research from the grassroots, what we will only be doing will be remedial, which is the challenges that we are facing now. So it boils down to availability of funds and research equipment.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, second.
Yeah, thank you.
I asked Professor Sanjay about if there is any other presenter in the room, but no response till now. We should have now the presentation from
No, I
the
think the
last
Maxima is
presenter.
coming. The first presenter is coming. He is just joining.
Okay.
I'm communicating with each one of the authors. In the background, I'm contacting each one of them.
Mhm.
Segun. Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, Segun.
I think he disconnected.
Yeah.
He disconnected. Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately.
No, I just wanted to know that have you gotten the program of the conference by email? Because authors are complaining that they have not gotten the presentation schedule in their email. Itmir, you are also a author, right? Have you gotten the email for the presentation schedule?
I get from Riot platform, I guess but I saw the page from the ICCSA.
No,
So
but have you gotten any email from ICCSA regarding presentation?
no, I didn't.
Hmm?
I just look at the site.
So you didn't. This means the authors are not informed properly, right?
Yes,
Oh,
Professor.
okay. Let me contact the organizers.
Yes, because
Yes.
I'm connecting with the authors. I'm going to call with Osvaldo as well because authors are not aware that their presentation is now.
Okay, that's a big issue.
Yeah.
I'm calling the organizers. Wait a minute.
Yes, I was checking the site frequently, but I didn't receive any mail about this.
Yeah, it is very big issue because I contacted with a guy in Cameroon and he told me that he has not received any email. So how will he know that when the presentation is?
Yes.
And I contacted to another guy whose presentation is now. So he is also complaining the same thing that he doesn't have.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Good morning, sir.
Hello.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, Sanjay.
Yes, I'm I'm contacting with the authors and they are complaining that they don't receive any email for regarding the presentation. And I confirmed it with the several authors.
Can you say again, please?
Sir, I contacted to the presenter authors whose schedule is now and they are saying that they don't have any email notification for the program schedule. They have not received any email regarding the program of the conference. So that's why they are not ready. They are not aware that their presentation is now. And I confirmed with several of them, not one.
Oh my God.
Sir,
Why they didn't check to the website? In fact, I guess they didn't got an email, but
yes. So, but
those days we were focused on defining the program and the program was online.
yeah, sir, but we have to send the
Days.
email that they.
No email probably, but there is the website. So
No, sir, I agree with you. Sir, but normally the authors they are getting the email for the presenter that your presentation is this is the schedule. Please go on website and then present your paper. 50% attendance, and now I am contacting one by one, and all of them they are complaining that they don't have any information for the presentation. When is their presentation or not? I think the send it now, sir, as a urgent that please check your program on the website and present your paper. Very simple to all the authors.
okay, I will do it immediately. Okay.
It's okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Professor, we have a presentation here. It was from SEPA 1.
Yes, it's okay.
It's
He continue.
I guess.
Yes, he can continue.
Please, Maxine, I guess.
Yes, yes.
Hi, everyone.
Hi. Can present now.
Yes, I can try to present now. Hello?
Hello, present it. Continue.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your slides.
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I want you to apologize my approximative English. So the presentation that uh, I'm going to do is entitled A Language for the Specification of Administrative Workflow Processes with emphasis on actors' view. So it is a presentation of a new workflow language. Uh, the work was carried under a project with the aim of providing a new artifact-centric framework to design workflow processes axis. I will present the context, then I will present the language, the new language. I will present also ongoing works on the project, and I will conclude. As I said, our project is conducted with the aim to provide a set to facilitate the organization and the centralized execution of workflow process tasks in a truly distributed environment. The requirements to be met are the following. Workflows must be taught as grammatical specification that can be executed in a peer-to-peer environment, and each actor must act using a dedicated graphical tool and must potentially have only a partial perception of the state of the workflow execution, hence the use of views. Local action of the different actors must be reflected in structured documents called artifact, used as communication medium and as coordination aid. So how do we specify administrative processes? First of all, let's say that administrative processes are simple processes where tasks are known in advance and their sequence are also known. Uh, this type of processes are the ones which are very well known in most common organizations. So to present how we organize tasks with grammatical models, we will use as one example the peer review process. Please, we will use the peer review process. The description we give to that process is the following. First of all, the paper to be validated is submitted by one of to the editor in chief. The editor in chief will analyze the paper to check whether the topic is correct, whether the topic falls within the scope of the journal. If so, the paper will be sent to an associate editor who will prepare the paper for the peer review evaluation. We send the paper to two referees. The two referees will evaluate the paper, send their reports and messages to the associate editor, who will do a decision based on the review reports and message received. After that, a decision will be sent to the corresponding author. If you want to specify such a process with our language, uh, which is called a language for the specification of administrative workflow processes, all you have to do is to code it as a triplet, in which you will use as a first component a grammatical model called grammatical model of workflow, in which you will specify the tasks and their sequences. And the second component that you will use is a list of actors taking part in that process execution. And in third, you will specify a set of accreditation. The accreditation will be information organizational information with the aim to say to give the role of each participant on the workflow. Of on the grammar, on the grammatical model of workflow. The grammatical model of workflow is composed of a set of tasks composing the process and a set of production. Each production is a schedule of tasks. We consider two types of production. The sequential production, it is the first type state here. In this example, we can see that the tasks associated with the symbol A, can be executed before the tasks associated with symbol B and D that are to be executed in sequence. So, when having such a production, the corresponding artifact is the one that is drawn here. We consider also a second type of production that we call parallel production. With this type of production, we can state that the task associated with the symbol E is to be executed before the task associated with J1 and J2 that can be concurrently executed, that can be executed in parallel. So the artifact, the corresponding artifact is this one. When you want to specify a process, then what you have to do is to identify all the tasks, associate symbols to that task, and then draw the artifacts. The artifacts correspond to each of the potential execution scenario of the process. So for the peer review process, we have two potential scenarios that are represented by these two artifacts. We can see here the scenario where the paper is analyzed by the editor-in-chief, and then the paper does not fall within the scope of the journal. The report is then written by that editor-in-chief, and the decision is sent. The rejection decision, the decision that rejects the paper is sent to the corresponding author. So, when you have the two artifacts or the artifacts for the process that you are specifying, you can do a decomposition, an hierarchical decomposition of those artifacts. Your grammatical model. That is what is done here, and that is it. You have the grammatical model of your process. Next, you have to associate to that grammatical model a list of accreditation. With accreditation, you will give the role of each participant on the workflow. An accreditation for an actor is a triplet composed by a set of tasks on which the given actor has the accreditation in reading. It is also called its view. When you have the accreditation in reading on a given task, you can know that the task has been executed, and you can access the data provided, the output data the output data produced by the execution of the task. You can also have accreditation in writing on a task. Accreditation in writing means that you are the one who will execute that task. Finally, you can have the accreditation in execution on the task. And when you have the accreditation on execution in the task, it means that when the task is ready to be executed, you can ask the one who have the accreditation in writing on that task to execute that task.
Let me.
Information provided with the aim of designing a fully distributed. We have decided to make some hypotheses when designing our artifacts. We consider that only one actor must be accredited to write, meaning to execute a given task. By doing so, we guarantee that the absence of execution conflict amongst others. So, we also consider that actors act within which environment, meaning that they can, and when an actor is accredited in writing on a given task, he can access the data provided when executing that task. It means that if you have the accreditation in writing on a given task, you must also have the accreditation on reading on that task. For our running example, you can see in this table the resume, the summary is of the accreditation of each of the participants. We can see that the editor-in-chief is the one in charge of executing task A, meaning that he is the one in charge of analyzing the paper, verifying that the paper corresponds to the domain of the paper, the topic solved by the paper correspond to falls within the scope of the journal. Okay, that is the language. After designing the language, we are carrying further works now, which aim at executing the processes that are specified using our language in a decentralized environment. So we consider that participants will be provided with a workflow management system that will be installed locally on each of their sites, and that will communicate in a peer-to-peer manner. So, with the global model of workflow artifacts that we design given a business processes and the peer accreditation, we suppose that the instances of the workflow management system will be configured on each site, on each execution site, and then each of the execution sites will execute a given protocol that we are designing now, a given distributed protocol of a document that we call an artifact under execution. So we can see on this figure that when the process will start on a given site, the execution protocol will be executed locally. Then when at the end of that execution protocol, if there are tasks that will be executed on other sites, the artifact will be sent to those sites for the continuation of the process. So we can see that the process can be executed in a decentralized manner, and the parallelism of tasks will be respected. So, for our running example, the whole execution can be summarized with this figure. We can see that an artifact reduced to a single node will be introduced to the system on the editor-in-chief site. He will scan that artifact, execute the task associated to him, and then send the artifacts to the associated editor, who will perform the same task as the editor-in-chief, but executing the tasks that are associated to him. And then the workflow will continue like that. At the end, we will have an artifact that represent the memory of the task that have been carried out with that execution. In conclusion, we will say that in this work, we have proposed a language of specification of administrative workflow processes using grammatical models. And that we are present also a glimpse of an ongoing work on a decentralized and artifact-centric model of workflow process execution. We thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Maxima.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone have anything?
Yes, I have one question. What is your major contribution? Summarize the contribution. I heard a lot of things regarding how to do the editor-in-chief and the submitters. Please summarize in few words that what is your contribution in this work?
My contribution on this work is the new language.
So what does this new language do?
Please?
What this new language do? What this new language will perform? How is it going to ease the process?
The new language.
Ẹnìkan ṣe presentation.
That can permit him to specify all the conceptual models of processes. Commonly, there are three conceptual models of processes that can be specified. You can specify the process model, meaning the task of the processes and their schedule. You can also specify the organizational model of processes, meaning the role of each participant on the process. And at the end, you can specify an informational model on that processes. Our language covers all those three aspects of process specification. In addition, our language is declarative, meaning that we are using grammatical models that can be easily extended to work to language, to programming language further. That's our main contribution. In addition, I've forgotten, we provide tools to specify views. Views are important in administrative processes. If you consider the process used as running example in our presentation, there are tasks that can be executed by a given actor without another actor knowing that the task is being executed, without the other actor knowing, having a view on the data provided or included in that execution, provided by that execution. That's all.
Any other author who is remaining in the session? Any other author who is remaining?
Please. Hello?
Hello? Yes, is anybody?
Sorry, Prof. Are we done with the sessions for this, or all the presentations for this session?
Please repeat what you said.
Are we completed with all the presenters for this session?
Mm-hmm.
So, I guess so.
Sessions.
Okay.
Professor Sandra, you may stop share your screen. I think you're still
sharing screen. Maxima, please stop sharing your screen.
Okay, I will stop it.
And you as well, Professor. I guess you're still sharing your screen.
Mine is okay. Sorry, stop sharing. Sorry, I stopped.
Okay.
Jay,
Yes. Okay. All right. Okay. My presentation is on Saturday at 9.
when?
Saturday at 9.
Saturday. I sent you an email. I know when is your presentation. Your presentation is
Right.
SEPA 14, right?
SEPA.
14.
Yeah. It will be. Yeah. It will be.
SEPA 14, I know it. Okay. I send you an email
Right.
and please respond accordingly. I want you to be there maybe tomorrow.
Sure. I did respond. Yeah, I'll be there tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay, so maybe tomorrow on what about the Friday?
Yeah. No, I'm here the whole the conference. So anytime you need me, just request.
Okay, so please be present here in the tomorrow and the Friday because my friend he will leave me. He is not willing to continue, and it is Itmir has a lot of meetings. I think tomorrow and Friday, right, in the
Yes.
morning, and also it is a odd time for the Brazilians. For us, it
Oh,
is okay because it is still. I think what is the time? 6 a.m. Right?
6 a.m., Professor. I have to wake up at 4 a.m. here to be present.
So it is.
okay. No, that's
So I
fine.
think, because you know that not all guys they are interested in the conference. They come, they present, and they left. But it is very good to listen and to interact with the guys, and it
Sure.
always helps. So that's why I utilize
Sure.
it. My Jai, these are my guys. Yeah, the new guy.
Sure.
Somebody has joined, right? Rodrigo.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is
Buongiorno.
Dr. Awotunde from Landmark University.
Your presentation is now.
Yes, but I'm just being aware, so I will try to postpone it to tomorrow too.
No. You have to present now. Present it now. What is the problem?
I have not prepared the slides. Didn't see the program or anything. It's less than 10 minutes that I hear about the program.
My dear, I have a question. What is the conference date?
The concern is that the PowerPoint is not ready for now.
No, what I'm asking you, my guys, I'm
Okay,
asking you a
sir.
question. What is the date of the conference?
The day of the conference, July 1st to 3rd.
First to third. Have you
Yes.
checked your schedule on the website?
I didn't go to the website.
Why?
My
Why?
thinking is that maybe you will send the program to
No.
my.
We send the acceptance and we say that everything will be updated on the website.
Oh, sorry. It's a mistake on my side, sir.
Anybody who is for the third SEPA 3 is ready?
I think Rodrigo is from Sepatri, Professor. Rodrigo.
SEPA 3. Let me check.
So I will present tomorrow morning, sir.
It is not possible. Just to try to bring it now because tomorrow the session chairs are going to be changed and they have your data for today. So it is
If you
better
can
to
give me the
present
next 10, 15 minutes, I'll be able to be through, sir. Then I will be able
Okay,
to.
so go ahead and prepare your PPT in a very good manner, okay, please. And
Okay.
tell to everybody in your midst
I will
that they
get
should
back to
not.
you in the next 10 minutes, sir.
It's okay. Thank you. Okay, SEPA 3 is Rodrigo is there, right? He can start at 11:10 because this Rose Lane he is going to present after some time.
Okay.
Rodrigo,
Okay. I'm here.
okay, so you can start presentation. I think it is already, you can,
Okay.
you,
Let me open the file. So Can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. I am Rodrigo Avancini. I'm from Brazil. I'm a master degree student at Federal University of São Paulo. Our paper is about soft visualization tool for evaluation API usage in context of soft ecosystems. The term ecosystem was originated from ecology, which short consists of a set of actors connected to other actors with connection among them, interacting as a system. In context of software ecosystems, actors are represented by software systems, and the connections are the dependency among them. The term software ecosystem appeared in 2003 refers to a set of software that has some degree of symbiosis among them. The objective, sorry, there is a microphone open, I think. The objective of the paper is to present Equalizer, that is a tool that aims to explore the dependency of the soft components, consider its ecosystem that involve the Equalizer, that involves some API. The novelty of our approach consists of the employment of visualization, make it possible to analyze and explore an API that provides function and service for other software, taking account all software that use the API. To achieve our goals, we developed a tool that gathers the main ideas proposed in the literature of the visualization of the software ecosystem. We adapt them to evaluate the API usage by other software through a proof of concept by using a real software. So the equalizer is composed with 4 major components, which start with the first step of the data for visualization is extract the data. This component extract data from repository like Git repositories using mining software repository techniques. And the second step is extract the source code elements. With the code elements, we can create the relationship among the software. For this, we use abstract syntax tree that provides the code elements like a function calls, and classes, and another kind of code elements in the source code. Metrics and statistics in context of software ecosystem and API. We can show the most used components, the least used, and those not used by other software. The software that use a specific API component, the components of other software that use a specific API component, which API functions are used by other software, and so on. Several numbers of metrics you can calculate, determine. So here is a architecture of Equalize, is a client server application, and the main model is the major models in the lower level, the API, where the hard work is done, and the high level is a visualization proposed by us. The Equalize is built in Python and JavaScript for visualization. Use a visualization engine. So the visualization considers all the software and the relationships among its components at level of elements of source code, such as function and function calls, and other shared resources. It means you create the relationship among the software with the function provided from the API and the function calls from the other software. For this purpose, the visualization consists of a tree map combined with a rich map. This strategy provides more dimension for analysis through visual elements. So here is a mock-up of the equalize. We realize a proof of concept.
Into the challenge.
There is a microphone.
Vertex VERT.
There is a. We realize that. Oh, sorry. There is a microphone. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
We realize a proof of concept in a real soft platform. The platform is a API developed by National Institute of Research of Space Research in Brazil. That calls Terramere. Terramere, the ecosystem of Terramere is composed by 10 packages. Packages are a way to extend the functionality of Terramere and provide more functionalities to end users. Also, two software built apart from Terramere. I'll just build the package and software is built from another company or third parties. Terramere is built in Lua programming language. Here is a result of the proof of concept. This is a Terramere, and all components that compose Terramere. Terramere is composed in 4 modules, and it has 52 components. Each rectangle is a component. Component is like a source file, actually. About the rich map is represented by the colors. Red is the most used components, and the blue is the least used, and the gray is not used at all. So about each rectangle, an area of rectangle represents the number of functions provided by some components. If you select some components, like you can select timer, for example, is the first component, is the component with most relationships with another software. You can see the software that use timer components. Here you can see there is 9 software that use timer components. Here is almost the same thing of the first view, but here is the software that uses the component. And the rich map is represent the number of relationship with the time components. And the area of the component, the rectangle, represent the number of functions from the Terramere API. But it's don't consider the functions that use twice or 3 times, just one time. If you select some component of another software, you go deep in the source code of the component, and you can see side by side the component of the software that use Terramere, and the left side is the Terramere component. If you select some function, there is a list of function. You go to the function. If you select the right side, you can see the left side, where is the function. So also we did a little interview with the MIT to get some feedback about the equalizer. And there is a lot of good and positive things about the software. I can read the last one, for example. The tool can help the new developers to understand how the functions are used in practice. It's a cool thing. So, in conclusion, this paper presents Equalize, software visualization tool for the visualization and analysis of API usage, considering its ecosystem. That is, the software that uses the API, all software involved. A proof of concept in a real open source platform API was conducted to demonstrate that the tool is useful for evaluation and API usage in the context of the software ecosystem, allowed to quantify by who and how the API is actually used. Equalize can be used to measure the impacts of changes in software ecosystem function, provide insights on its usage, thus help the organization that maintain the API to plan its evolution strategically. As a future work, we intend to add the new feature to the tool that enables it to analyze the historic evolution of the system over the time by using commit metadata. It also Microsoft repository techniques. Implement support for other programming languages to carry out studies in other ecosystems. Now it supports only Lua language. Investigate new metrics of API usage in the context of software ecosystem. And finally, conduct a systematic usability evaluation of Equalize. Thank you, Gracie. Any
Okay,
questions?
thank you. Thank you, Rodrigo. Does anyone have any question? I have one actually. Rodrigo, do you plan to propose some recommendations to improve software quality? I saw that you present the usage there, but do you think that you can present some recommendation in the future work to improve the quality or advise the developers to improve it?
Like, you mean future plans?
Yes. Do you plan to do something like that?
Yeah, there is some future plans. The tool is in GitHub, and now it's private because we are finished some stuff, and some we release the tool public to if somebody wants to contribute to evaluate the evolution the software. We intend to do these things now. Now currently we are developing a pass for Java, and there is some results in Java, and the next steps is realize a case of study in Java, because there is a lot much more software written in Java.
Yes, okay. I think Python would be good also. So thank you for
the tool is built in Python.
Python. Okay, thank you. Any other question? Okay, thank you, Rodrigo. Do we have another? Do we have another presenter on SEPA 3? I think there is Jorge Bull, Paulina Rios.
Yes, I think they all are waiting for the invitations.
Oh, good morning. I am Franklin Salazar for that project.
Okay,
Franklin. Okay, your paper is in SEPA.
SEPA 3, Franklin Salazar, yes.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, the third paper is right.
Sorry?
Yes, third paper, professor.
Third paper, it's okay. So I think your friend is also, next paper is also there. It is the same George Boulay. Franklin, are you also presenting the next one? Two continuous papers, I think so.
Okay, so I can continue?
Yes, continue.
Yep. So thank you. Good morning, everyone. Before we begin, let me introduce myself briefly. I am Franklin Salazar, and I work as a teacher at Universidad Técnica de Ambato from Ecuador. Today, I am going to talk about the temperature control can fusing inference system for an industrial heat treatment furnace. First of all, I will explain the introduction of the theme. I will continue, let you the study case, the design of a conventional controller, the TSK Fusee controller design, and the results and analysis. Finally, I will conclude about the results of the study case. Okay, so about the project, we want to control the temperature level of a furnace, and this control will reduce the time of the process that we study. Let's talk about the study case. It's important to analyze the characteristics of the furnace that we use to the study. So the furnace works with the dimensions. The dimensions are in millimeters. It has a thermal insulation of glass wool, two burners, a liquefied petroleum gas, and this gas is used as fuel. The heat treatment starts when the equipment of steel pieces enter the furnace. Thermocouples are welded into the welding joints and burned are ignited. In this table, you have the parameters of the stages of the furnace. So you can see that stages that preheating, heating, substance, cooling, and indent. And the parameters are the starting temperature, the final temperature of any stage. You have the time that the furnace work, and the speed that the furnace work. So you can see that. It's important to note that heat treatment is done inside on an intermittent furnace. Okay. To identify the plant, a dynamic model has been made. Said model is states by the response to a step input. The reaction curve corresponds to the transfer function. Here you have the transfer function of a conventional plant model. And consequently, throughout a linear transformation, the conventional model of the plant becomes a fuzzy model of a TSK type. When designing the conventional controller, the characteristics closed-loop polynomial and the plant was used in order to find its equivalent to the denominator of the transfer function of a second-order system. So here you have a transfer function of a second-order system. A mathematical model. So here we have the equivalences that are defined by three parameters: the proportional gain, the integral time, and the derivative time. So here you can see a PI plus D control structure. The designed controller objective is to follow a temperature curve that varies over the time. Once the training gains have been found, considering that the Kp gain Kp gain is 0, the Pi plus D is modified, so remaining as an ID type control. And you can see an ID controller structure. The inputs of the fuzzy controller are defined by the error variation and the control signal variation. The output is the control signal at a defined time instant. Five membership functions of the entire are triangular, which will facilitate the calculation of the optimization process. So here you can see the TSK fuzzy controller. The function gradient is obtained in order to integrate the learning algorithm. So here you have the algorithm, and to decrease the number of iterations, the conjugate descending gradient must be used. Here we have the conventional control parameters, Kp, Ki, and Kd. And in the graphic, you can see a response in closed loop of the ID control. Here we have a set point of 800 degrees Fahrenheit. So you can see that the graphic is stabilized at 800 degrees Fahrenheit. The conventional set point tracking control. According to the response of the controller, gains Ki, Kd are modified manually to improve the monitoring of the heat treatment curve. So you can see that the dot values are modified manually. The response curves. In the graphic A, you can see a set point tracking during the process stages. And in graphic B, you can see an ID controller reaction with the plant. Here, you can see the graphic of the evolution curve of the controller optimization algorithm. And here, you can see the Singleton's controller variations. At your left of your screen, you can see the optimized controller surface. And in your right, you can see the response curves of controller comparison when tracking a set point. Finally, with the graphics, you can see here a response curve of comparison of the controller reaction. In green, you can see the optimized fuzzy controller. And in blue, you can see the conventional controller. And here, you can see the comparison of the monitoring curves of the controller set point at different times. So in green, you can see the conventional control. You can see the optimized fuzzy controller in blue, and in red, a heat treatment curve. Okay, so finally, with the conclusions, I can say that TSK fuzzy controller is initialized from the correlated conventional controller. So both have the same dynamics, but optimizing the fuzzy controller singletons with the descending gradient technique and defined a cost fusion, a better performance in response time and output that can be achieved by the final actuator is obtained. The manual process control takes 45% longer than the set time, depending on the steel thickness. Applying the conventional controller, this time decreased to 9%. And with the TSK fuzzy control, it achieves a 4% minimization. So you can see that you can save more time applying the TSK fuzzy controller. So it's good for industries, and it can save money for them. The reduction of the time obtained in building process carried out by the heat treatment furnace imply a reduction in the consumption of LPG and other resources associated with the process, leading the owner minimize costs for the company. So, like I say like I said before, the money that you can save is relevant. You can save much money and much material like LPG, and it's good for the company. It's a good plan. As a part of the process of continuous improvement, these proposals has been developed to motivate the development of a culture of quality management and environmental management. So you can, if you save some LPG, you can be friendly with all. Okay, that's all of my presentation, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Franklin, for your presentation. Does anyone have any question? No? Franklin, are you going to present the next paper, Prototype System for Geolocalization?
Sorry, I can't hear.
Are you going to present the next paper, which is Prototype System of Geolocalization, Application of Public Transport? I think you are one of the authors also, right?
Yes.
Are you going to present this one to you?
Yes, I'm going, but can I change my computer? Because
okay, no problem. We were set to 11:30, which is now. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to store my share in that computer, in my computer.
Okay. Whenever you're ready, you can start.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to expose about this project called Prototype System of Geolocation Educational Public Transport from Google Maps app. Our team is made up by Franklin Salazar, Hernan Naranjo, George Baule, Edgar Bonaño, Cristina Reynosa, Pilar Urrutia, Jose Varela, and me, Marco Pinto. Next. This exposition is about a brief introduction where the population growth that has been incremented, the city traffic and student mobility in Ecuador City. In the same way, it will be released the system web architect and the app too. For the analysis of results, we will expose statistical data and technology acceptance model. These were endorsed to establish the conclusion of the present investigation. And next. Throughout history, the imbalance between developed and developing countries has been latent, as well as corruption and lack of governance measures. In addition, it must be added the excessive population increase in the poorest regions and the gradual aging that present and deficient technology growth. People daily move it and the development of their activities are facilitated by using public transport. Therefore, it's expected that such transport is ready for use when necessary and is in good condition on the journey from the point of origin to the destination. Yeah, okay. Considering the importance and applicability of the use of online geolocation in transport management, the objective of this paper is to show the evaluation results of the tracking different routes of the bus line belonging to state university. This allows users to know the location of buses in the real time and to better organize their time when performing their school and social activities. This carried out allow although demonstrate the usefulness of the system and through surveys know the user satisfaction. Next. Yeah. Te- Technology development in smartphones make hardware components of system and the good features they offer allow greater interaction with final user, better performance, and the expression of this proposal once in the identification, selection, and acquisition stage of the main elements is complete. The design of the software architecture is present. The process begins with online coordinate storage when routes can be viewed in the real time. On the other hand, there is a system administration which includes selection of user, drivers, buses, route as assignment, bus assignment, and registration of static routes and their design. Uh, for the development of web application, we use this technology JavaScript with the Google Maps API to manage the coordinates. We also use C# like programming language, and ASP.NET was the web system development environment. The next slide. Yeah. The architecture developed for this application is presented in this figure, where the separation of the presentation, business, messaging, and data layers is visualized. The purpose of the model developed is to achieve code use is of the standardization, data transport dependence between layers, the cover code and easy of application maintenance. Yeah, the next. In the presentation layer, we developed method with JavaScript, also with the Google Maps API functions to manipulate recovered data from the database, and this they be presented to user in the different forms. And in the next slide, yeah, the mobile application was developed using ASP.NET with the programming language C# with Xamarin. This application will be used by drivers registered in the web system. They will start the assigned tour. In this moment, the coordinate sending to the database will start. In this way, the user will can see the real-time location of the bus. Okay. In results analysis, the result was obtained through the use of the heat maps, which is offered by the Google Maps API. In the hotspots, we can see the concurrence of the place that were covered within the city by the tours in the city. Yeah. In the next slide, uh, statistical data obtained from the route most viewed by user. This information can help to the service administration adequate the distribution of the tours, assigning greater coverage to the tours most viewed by user. Yeah. In the next slide, yeah, based of the criteria of the TAN model, I can be define the level of acceptance that this proposal has been used. In this model, we evaluate aptitude toward use, perceived ease of use, perceived profile, intention to use, obtain the mean and start the deviation of each item. Yeah. In the Finally, in the conclusions, the the prototype system that has been developed has a high functionality science. It allows users to reduce waiting period with uncertainly organize their time more efficiently, access to information reports and interaction map presentation. Based of the results obtained, it has been possible to show that there are routes with greater concurrence. By using heat maps, points with highest traffic can be established and thus suggest a possible change of street when making the route, reducing the time taken to complete the entire route and improving the traffic congestion of the city. In the other conclusion, dam evaluation results allowed to confirm that the easy to use, the intention of use, and the utility are highly correlated with the tool handling. Although this application has been tested with a state university, is a pilot for its good performance. It has been included as part of the Metropolitan Managed System, which will allow obtain new results as a future job and begin the basis of future research in the Latin America. Uh, it, that's all. That's all for this presentation. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Franklin Salazar. Any questions? I have a question. How do you implemented the non-functional requirements such as security and usability? Because when you think about this kind of application, when you have localization of the students and the buses, you have to think about some strategies to assure that this application will be secure and easy to use. Do you thought about that on this prototype? What do you use? Franklin? Hello?
I think he disconnected. Yes.
Ah, yeah, disconnected, no problem.
Let's
Professor,
wait a minute, maybe.
Yes, come back, but I guess this one is the last one from SEPA 3, I guess. Let me check here. Yes, it was the last one from SEPA 3. And then we have SEPA 4, right, Professor Sanju? Professor, you are muted. Still muted? Professor, I guess.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Are you hearing me?
I can't understand those. Professor Sanjay, I think you're still muted.
Hello.
Hello? We can hear you. But we
Okay.
can't hear Professor Misra.
I want to present now.
If the chair is okay with that.
What's your paper? Please identify yourself. It's fellow Jitzer here. I think Professor Sanjay is trying to say something, but still muted.
Yeah, I think Prof is still muted.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I can't unmute him.
Oh, he's back.
Okay.
Professor, please. Oh, stop it.
Dr. Ejimir is handling this session. Please present.
Okay, I will now take you to my location. Oh my God. Professor, you said something. Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
No, I think this voice is coming from anywhere. Please unmute. Whoever is the moderator.
Yeah, you won.
Can
Okay, Professor, you said something. Please repeat.
If one of the author want to present his paper, why he is not presenting?
Please present. Identify yourself. This is what's your name?
I muted him because there was a huge noise coming from his microphone. And fellow Gister, if you can understand, if you can identify yourself, please.
Oh, there we are.
Okay.
Okay, let's start. You can present now.
So, is it the paper you have to present now? Is it the session paper? Is this paper is scheduled for the session?
No, it was for SEPA 2, Professor.
It was for the SEPA 2.
Yeah.
Okay, let him present.
Okay, Joseph Autumn, I guess. You can present now. Please unmute yourself.
Unmute yourself, please. Yes. On the bottom of your window. We can't hear you if you don't set your microphone on.
Yes, start, please. Can you please start? We are running the time. Please,
I think he is having some trouble to present and he's still muted. Joseph, please.
who is presenting? This is the AE and then AE. Emmanuel.
I think he was going to present Mr. Joseph Autumn.
Okay, it is.
Yeah, he's trying to speak, but I think he's has some issue to start his microphone.
Machine 11 I will do that by 11 o'clock, sir.
Is it your presentation time at 11? Somebody else is scheduled. Is it your 11 is your paper time? Okay, let us have a break, I think, for 10 minutes.
Okay, Professor.
And
Okay.
we will see
Okay.
Yes, because he's
We'll
not
come
ready.
back at 12 o'clock, right? 10 minutes.
Yes, yes. After 12 minutes. Mhm.
Okay, I'm gonna get some.
Thank you. I'm sitting here, no issue. Or if you want, because I think I can't offer you the coffee from here.
No problem. Next year we're gonna get
You
a
are at
coffee
home, so
together.
just go and get the coffee, please.
Okay.
Okay, ṣé wọ́n ní kọ́ fún wọn 10 minutes ni? Ayé pé ìwọ̀n present 11. Okay, wọ́n ti wọlé padà. Wọ́n ti wọlé padà. Wọ́n ti sọ̀rọ̀.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please unmute your voice when you are at home. Don't plug your mic here, right?
How about you?
Nobody is here to understand.
How are you?
Hello, Prof.
Yes. You have posted your slides.
I'm not hearing you.
We are hearing you. Yes. Hello. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
I want to share my screen and I don't know how to do that. It's like what I'm having here, I was unable to.
You can share your screen by clicking on the icon on the far left bottom corner.
Left corner down. Left corner down.
Like this, yes. It is working.
Dr. Joseph, we can see your screen. Dr. Joseph. Ẹ wo ariwo yín mọ bí o.
You have an incoming call. Please.
Hello, báwo ni? Ṣó ń gbọ́ mi? Hello? Báwo ni?
Professor, should we start now? I think it's 10 minutes.
It's still 4 minutes.
I think we had a presentation.
It is 4 minutes.
Where is
SEPA 5? No, SEPA 4.
4, yes. I guess I saw the name Laís Souza. It's here.
Is there?
Laís Souza. And we have here any presenter from SEPA 4?
Is any presenter in the room ready for the presentation?
Joseph, do you want to try again to present? Oh, Laís is here.
So let me connect each one by one authors.
Perfect.
Laís, are you ready? We can hear you. I think Laís is trying to share her screen. What's connection? She's back, Laís.
The email is sent just now, so I think
Laís Souza, Valdicério Santos, I guess. Ola Wallace. Anyone?
development of audio stenography. Development of audio stenography. Who is the author?
Yes, some interesting papers in SEPA 4.
Yes. And one more paper is from the Roslyn, right? Roslyn, if any author is present, is any author present?
I think that Laís is
Hi,
trying to present something.
everybody. My name is Valducelio. I'm ready if you want.
Who?
Okay. Valdicério is architecture conceptualization for health information systems.
Yes.
Which paper?
The second one.
Okay.
Second one, Professor.
Second one. Okay, okay. So he can also call to the first one.
Yeah, I think the Laís, I guess, is from the first one. She's here, but she's having some issue with the connection. So, Valdicério, if you want to present, you can present now, and then the next one we pass to Laís. What do you think?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, it could be, no problem.
So please.
Let me try.
Anytime you want, you can start.
Yeah, I asked for sharing my screen.
It's presenting. It's okay.
Okay. Sorry, there is a delay. Okay. So, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure being here to present this paper about architectural conceptualization for health information system using ISO IEEE for 2020. I'm Valdicério, as you know already. And our outline for this work is a purpose and architectural conceptualization process of the standard ISO IEEE for 2020, a framework for architectural conceptualization based on this standard, an example of architectural conceptualization for HIS. There is a case study, a little case study, and conclusion future works. Our purpose is related to describe a software architecture. Because health information systems deal with human life, and errors during software development, management, and operation can be catastrophic. These concerns are relevant from software architecture point of view. So developing ITIS based on solid software architecture is a success factor that cannot be neglected. However, the process related to software architecture of HIS are often considered only from low level of abstraction, even for software architecture description. The ISO IEC IEEE for 2020 defines 6 clauses for architecture process. Among them, the architecture conceptualization process, which is the subject of this paper. Given the importance of establishing a well-defined software architecture and considering the difficulties of understanding an architecture standard, and also considering that ISO IEC IEEE for 2020 has only recently been published, the purpose of this work is to describe a software architecture for health information systems in accordance with the ISO IEC IEEE for 2020 regarding the architecture conceptualization process, which leverages high-level concepts and elements of software architecture. Given this proposal, we identify the main aspects of the closed architecture conceptualization of this standard and describe a simple framework for its use in practice. A case study of HIS is described as an example of using this framework. The purpose of the architecture conceptualization process of the standard ISO IEC IEEE for 2020 is to characterize the problem space and determine suitable solutions that address stakeholder concerns, achieve architectural objectives, and meet relevant requirements. The focus is on identifying solutions with emphasis on fully understanding the complete problem space. Also entails the definition and establishment of architectural objectives, as well as the negotiation with key stakeholders on prioritization of their concerns. This process is composed of 10 activities and 100 tasks. The outcomes of the architectural conceptualization are the definition of the problem space being addressed, the establishment of architectural objectives that address the key stakeholder concerns, the definition of key architectural concepts and properties, and the guidelines and the principles the guiding its application and evolution. The work products of this process, which means the architectural conceptualization process, are an architectural conceptualization plan, an architectural conceptualization status report, a problem space definition report, architectural objectives, a quality model, and an architectural views and models. Here there is our purpose framework for architectural conceptualization process. In order to create the architectural conceptualization, the organization should implement the relevant tasks as appropriate to the situation, according to this cause. In our framework, we are using only 6 activities, which are preparation of efforts. Is related to the first steps towards conceptualizing the software architecture, which occurs through accomplishment of some tasks. These tasks are concerned with identify the general area problem, define purpose, objectives, and level of detail, and other activities. The other activity is problem space characterization, Right? So software architects need to understand the basic situation that they will have to deal with the developing and managing all the software system which they are responsible. Some tasks of these activity are to identify the problem space and determine most important requirements and of the interested parties. The other activity are architecture objectives and critical success criteria. In this activity, architectural objectives are identified and defined to address stakeholder concern, requirements, risks, constraints, and quality attributes which were previously identified. The solution trade space, one of the tasks of this activity is to examine the proposed solution in terms of value to stakeholders and quality attributes delivered by the solution. The architectural concepts and property capitation related to capture architecture concepts in terms of views and models. This is possible through identification of relevant stakeholders, key aspects, and definition of the purpose scopes, depths of the architecture views and models. Nevertheless, this process only needs to describe the architecture to the level of specificity and granularity that is suitable to its intended users. And the last is the coordinate use of conceptualized architecture. The key stakeholders should validate the conceptualized architecture through feedback of the description, views, and models. You have to record this. So we have now the example of architecture, the artifacts of this architecture. Regarding to our first activity, which is preparing for and planning the architecture conceptualization effort, which is named as preparation of effort in our framework, we have this framework, we have this architecture conceptualization plan outlined in figure 2, which shows the expected purpose, the scopes, and the level of detail, and so on. This architecture conceptualization plan outline is a work product of the Clause 8. And still concerning to this activity, the general nature of the problem in our example is a health information system capable of dealing with interoperability between legacy systems. About the other activity concerning to characterize the problem space activity, which is named as problem space characterization in our framework, the problem space definition report is outlined in figure 3, which shows potential problem area, relevant tasks, and identify solutions. The problem space definition report is a work product also of the Clause 8. The other activity is the problem space characterization, still concerning to ICCSA, right, which deals with human life. They have to be designed considering important non-functional requirements, including interoperability, security, safety, performance, and reliability. Patients and care providers are the key stakeholders of these systems. And their concerns, for example, could be affordability, availability, and so on. The other activity, establishing architectural objectives and critical success criteria activity, which is named as architectural objectives and critical success criteria in our framework. Some architectural objectives and architectural significant requirements are described. It means domain requirements, interoperability, integration requirements, reliability requirements. They're also the objects of the architecture. In the other activity, the Solution to space characterization now framework represent a quality model, which is also work product of the clause 8. In this quality model, we approach the compatibility, usability, reliability, and security. The 50th activity in our framework is captured architecture concepts in properties activity, which is named architecture concepts in properties capitation. Is present in figure 4, a high-level mission of HIS has the details of the non-functional and functional requirements to this HIS of this example. And the last is a coordinate use of conceptualized architecture. Be available to the user online form to register feedback to the architecture and the other contents of the architecture work product, just to assess what was developed. And for conclusion, we can say that it's a challenge because considering the high number of tasks, about 100, and the high level of abstraction, understanding using the architecture conceptualization clause in practice in industry seems to be a challenge. Considering the novelty of the ISO IEC IEEE 4020 standard, there will be a lot of future work about it. In relation with standard ISO IEC IEEE for 2010, this standard proposes the system software architecture as a product composed of models, views, viewpoints, decisions, and other architecture elements, represent important entities of the software architecture, but a lower level of abstraction when compared to framework proposed in this paper. In other words, the ISO IEC IEEE 4020 provides process for application of the architecture description defined by ISO IEC IEEE for 2010. Following the activities and the tasks, the clause 8, the purpose of this work is helpful for starting an architectural effort. The activities and tasks proposed by the clause 8 lead to a mature characterization of the solution proposed by the architecture because enables the understanding of the stakeholders' needs, including the main concern, requirements, purpose, process, and objectives. A more complete form of architecture description using more specific elements, including views, models, is subject of the architecture elaboration process, is another process of this same standard. So, for future works, we will consider all the activities of the architecture conceptualization process. We have just approached used 6. The activity 2, 5, 7, 9 will not be addressed in this work. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Valdicelio, for the presentation. Any questions? Okay, so I have one. Tell me about the evaluation of your work. You showed some example of usage of your architecture conceptualization, I guess. Do you plan to evaluate it using a new health information system or something like that?
So, like I said, this process is a high-level abstraction, and we don't have to have models and views, UML, for example, of design of the architecture, because this standard for 2020 is composed of 6 general process, and the matter of this work, this paper, is only about the clause 8, this conceptualization process. So it's on high level, and we just choose some of the 10 activities of this process to try to explain, to show how it could be in practice, because like I said, it's a challenge because it's high level abstraction, the standard is necessary to start to go deep into the studies to see, to compare exactly what the standard is still asking to do, to follow, to accomplish that task. So in some ways it's an abstraction area still. Like I said, the other process of this standard will require a more specific use and examples of the real case, real application of the in real case. In our case, we try to do a example, make an example of software architecture of a health information system. That's true. But like I said before, in high level ideas, the requirements of the stakeholder, the concern of the stakeholders, and it's all about it. Do you understand what I said? I tried to explain.
Yes, it's just a question of abstraction. Thank you very much, Valticelio. Lais, are you around?
I'm here.
Okay, you can present now.
Good afternoon.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Laís. My affiliation is Federal University of Sergipe, Brazil. Today I will present the paper Smart XML, a XML profile for Smart Series application. Current infrastructure modern series are highly dependent on complex software-intensive systems. Smart series refers to the search and identification of smart solutions that allow modern cities to improve the quality of services provided to citizens. The purpose is to extend XML to include elements of smart cities as native components of XML, to identify and describe the decision makers in a city, to model the structure of a road traffic control system, and to model the behavior of the scenarios of a road traffic control systems. The Smart XML profile can be used to meet the needs of management, operation, and decision-making, provide a basis for designing software solutions for smart cities through urban data modeling, allows the option for the design of complex systems. The profile is organized into 5 main elements, namely stakeholders, requirements, solutions, process, and dimensions. Stakeholders can be the citizens, the manager, or the employer. Managers can be the mayor, secretaries, or councilors. Citizens can be classes, entities, or residents associations. The types of requirements proposed here are laws, programs, financial resources, contracts, and contracts. These requirements are essential for the development of a sustainable city with a good governance. The solutions need elements like data, assets, devices, sensors, actuators, and machines to be used to design possible solutions to identify problems. Process is composed of tasks and activities. Tasks, for example, managing the theory, managing tests, organizing services of laws, and deploying social function, and the activities, for example, consulting and projects related to health, education, safety, transportation, among others. Dimensions are governance, economy, environment, mobility, people, and living. The case study is road traffic signal control. The figure on the left shows a region with a high flow on vehicles in a city in northeast Brazil, and the figure on the right illustrates the same region highlighted traffic signals that are considered for modeling this case study. At this intersection, the driver can move forward or turn right at either of the two intersections. The flow function user requirements were used to model the system. The Smart XML block definition diagram includes the elements necessary to solve the traffic signal control problems. In the proposed approach, current behavior is modeled by synchronized multiple block definition diagrams events. The Smart XML requirement diagram considers the user requirement described previously. With this stereotype, the system must control traffic on roads, manage traffic, synchronize traffic signals, and detect the presence of pedestrians. The Smart XML sequence diagram illustrates a stakeholder vehicle that initiates the behavior by sending a message to a sensor. The sensor needs a message to a traffic controller. After evaluating the traffic, the controller is in a response scenario and will send the command green, red, or yellow signal to the actuator, the traffic signal. Discussion. A smart city needs to be modeled as a system and transformed into a system due to the process of technological transformation to guarantee the quality of life of citizens. Traffic signal control is an important and challenging problem in the real world. Road signals need to operate synchronously and react to unexpected events. During the elaboration of design, some challenges arose related to formulas and consistency between the diagrams, mainly due to the lack of software tools that can fully implement all CMR resources. Conclusion. Modern real-time systems control infrastructures of a modern city is a complex activity, so there is no single standard to be used. As there are many model languages, the objective of this work was to apply a new XML profile to model a distributed system real-time for the control of road traffic, more specifically, the control of interconnect traffic signals. Future work will focus on formal modeling using Petri nets and deploy the proposed case study in a simulated environment. It is possible to provide software developers with real-time modeling using XML and evaluate the quality of diagrams from a practical point of view, and to perform software modeling of other case studies, for example, in the domain of health information systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz, for your presentation. Any questions?
Okay.
Okay, I have one. I saw the concepts that you use are very similar to concepts of IoT, like sensors, controllers, actuators. Do you have some inspiration of that? Because many of smart city applications are based on IoT somehow. So, do you did you have some inspiration of that, or what do you what was the steps you made to create this smart CSML? Was there an approach you followed to create it? Methodology or something like that? Nice. Okay. Thais, I think she had a problem with her connection.
Apparently,
Who is remaining?
yes.
Okay. Is there any other presenter?
I'm sorry. Each ion has a function, and I use modeling to see how it looks better. But now I have another idea.
Okay, thank you, Lais.
Thank you.
Okay, any other presenter for SEPA 4? Lais Valdelli, okay. We have Ola Welton, Tinuk, developers, audio steganographer, system for discrete cuisine, transformers, diagonal, malaria coated neurofusion, expert systems. Any other presenter? No. Okay, 12:30, I guess.
So is not anyone ready to present from SEPA 4?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I guess we finished. Professor Sancho, are you there?
I'm ready to present, sir.
Oh, okay, Joseph.
Yes.
Okay, Joseph.
Let me share my screen.
Valdelli, you're still sharing a screen.
I will now.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Joseph.
Okay. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I'm here to present a paper titled Investigating the Role of Effective Communication Among Stakeholders in Collaborative Software Development Project. I'm Joseph Awotunde Bamidele from University of Ilorin. This is the outline of the presentation: introduction, methodology, research question, discussion and result, then the conclusion of the paper. Now, there is no doubt that information is very crucial in software development because software development demonstrates problem in related multidisciplinary collaboration. It involves different players. Any software you want to develop, you need a client and the developer. And communication within the two will determine how the software will be. Either it's going to be good or bad, because the communication between the client to know what the client wants, what they need, is very important. Therefore, the study tried to investigate and analyze communication between the stakeholder and collaborative software development project with reference to teams activities as a social and intellectual practice. The main objective of the project is the paper is to use the student of graduating students at University of Ilorin that were given a project to do for a period of 6 months with a project supervisor as the project manager. The project manager is the one in charge of monitoring whatever the students are doing to see maybe they follow the specification or not. So it's important that between the lecturer and the student, there should be an effective communication within them to have an effective software development. The methodology used is the use of questionnaire to ask the method of communication between the lecturer and the student. As I've earlier said, I said the project is to test the effectiveness of communication between the student and the lecturer that serve as the project manager. The research question for the project is the first one is what are the main communication channels or methods that influence the software development project? The second question, how can we improve the effective communication in software development? Then the two hypotheses developed for this paper are, the first one is the communication between software developer and project manager can predict the success of requirement gathering. The second hypothesis said the quantity and quality of communication between the software developer and project manager can positively impact team performance during the development process. Now, the general question I've already explained, we use the questionnaire approach. Specifically, we distributed 75 questions and questionnaire, and out of these, 73 questionnaire were returned. Now, from the table, we can see that we divide the project group into four, and these are ways by which they communicate to their lecturer, that's the project manager. We have once in a month, twice in a month, thrice in a month, and 4 times in a month. We see that those people that see their lecturer twice in a 4 times in a month are higher than the remaining one. Now, one thing we should take note about the table is that we have in the same group, we have some of the students that they only see their lecturer once in a month, while others see twice, thrice, and fourth. But with the table now, we can see that the highest is people that see their lecturer 4 times in a month. This is the graph for that. Then the second table talk about the communication method that they use during the software development. We have the in-person that see the lecturer face to face. We have the use of phone. We have the WhatsApp group test and the Sky method. If you look at it, we will see that the one that is always used frequently is WhatsApp group, the creation of group for the group that they communicate time to time within themselves through the WhatsApp. But another important thing is that almost all the method is being used by each group. But the most important thing is that the one they use often is that of the WhatsApp group, that they create a WhatsApp group, they communicate either about the development, the progress, the the requirement and some other things about it. Now, the figure and the table show us that the group two team have more communication, while group one and group three has the least. This was used to estimate the frequency of communication in the survey at the end of the project. Therefore, it allows us to better understand the overall level of the coordination within the team. Now, this one talk about the summary of what they normally discuss when they meet during their meeting. They sometimes we categorize it into four group two. We said whether when they meet, they discuss about requirement gathering, system design and coding, project evaluation, and the tax negotiation. And we can see how many times they discuss about it. We see that they talk more about during project evaluation after they have decided the requirement gathering, the system design and coding. So majority of them talk more during project evaluation. So we see that this gives us an overview of the way they communicate, the way they discuss, and the method they use during software development. Now, it was hypothesized that the communication between software team and lecturer can forecast better requirement gathering. From the study, the group 2 team so that communication is crucial to the requirement gathering phase. The delay in gathering requirement may lead to ineffective communication between the software developer and the clients. We also emphasize that the quality and communication is very, very important during this period, because the most important thing is that during the requirement gathering, what is the specification of the software you want to develop? You have to communicate with the clients to better understand what they want and what they need. So that's why you will see that the requirement gathering communication is very, very important during this time. And that's why we said it's only the group 2 that were able to do this by communicate effectively through the requirement gathering. Then there is also that the team performance do not depend on more communication among other team members and does not necessarily bring better team performance. Thus, it is quality, not the quantity of communication that positively influence the team outcome. This is very important too, because sometimes you will discover that not always having the meeting or communicate with your teamwork always guaranteed a good software development, but the quality of time and what you discuss at that particular time normally determine how effective a software will be. So the communication time may not necessarily quantify a good software development, but the quality and the nature of what you discuss during the meeting will always determine the effectiveness of the software we discuss. In conclusion, the study examined the importance of communication in software development by describing the factor that help good communication between developer and client, especially during requirement gathering and project development. And we have said that what they use most is WhatsApp. Is because it's easier to use and they can easily use it anytime. In person, some of them may not be having time to be at the place of work, but when they use online, either WhatsApp, chat, email is more effective than other communication method they can use. So with this, communication is very, very important. And the method used is also important to determine the effectiveness of software development, especially during the requirement gathering and project development. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Joseph. Very strong results related to communication. Any questions? I have one.
Yes.
I would like to know what are the limitations of your work, because they show some generalizations, and I'd like to understand more about the limitations.
I didn't hear you well, sir.
Sorry?
Can you come again, sir?
Yes, yes. What are the limitations of your work?
Now, the limitation, one of the big limitation of the work is that I use student and the lecturer, but it would have been better if we use the software development companies to have been give us a true pictures of the way they communicate within themselves and the client. And that's the next step we are thinking to go. We want to try to look for some software development company within Nigeria and try to see how effective they communicate, especially during software development.
One question from here.
Okay. Next question.
Yeah, I wonder that you have used the WhatsApp, right?
Hello, sir.
You have proved that WhatsApp is a better communication medium.
Basically, I try to check what method they use to communicate. I use WhatsApp group. I test the email they send during software communication, then seeing personally, see each other for a meeting. Those are the three major methods I try to check within the team and their project manager, which is the lecturer in this particular instance.
No, what I mean that
Okay.
WhatsApp, uh, WhatsApp is means WhatsApp you are using. Why not Gmail? Is also a synchronous. Any of the chatting application you can use it, right? Because
Yes, yes.
so maybe Gtalk or Facebook or something anywhere we can do some chatting. So why only WhatsApp? Because I think that you are not preferring to the talk, voice, video, audio call. So if it is not audio call is not required, why WhatsApp?
Prof, I didn't get you very well, sir.
I'm my this is my just opinion that you are using the WhatsApp. You are not using any audio call through the WhatsApp, right?
Yes.
Only for chatting. So for chatting, why only WhatsApp? There are several chatting applications are there.
Yes, there are so many other like those are the reason why we pick that is that the project is limited to only the student and the lecturer. And we see that the major way of communication especially within the student, is using of WhatsApp group. So that's why we limit it. So, and that's one of the way we are trying to expand it. Another way of meeting is maybe through using the Zoom meeting and some other things. But this can only happen when we are looking at the software development company within Nigeria. That's why I said the paper have a limitation, but we are trying to look at a way of expanding it to go out to get more information about it.
It's okay. It's okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Who is the
We
next
have
presenter?
the next question.
Sorry, I have one question, Demir.
Okay.
Yeah. I would like to know, how do you measure the quality of the conversation, either audio or via email, for this purpose? Because that would be quite an important factor, because you could be having a conversation for an hour and it might not be valid and only 10 minutes of that is valid, but you're measuring the time or the number of conversations that you're having.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. What you observe is very important, and that's, if you see, that's why I was able to come out to say that is group two that normally we try to extract by using sentiment analysis. We try to extract what they discuss, maybe through email or their WhatsApp group. We try to extract and analyze by looking at the keyword in whatever they discuss in any particular meeting. So it's not that just the meeting, but we try to extract what they discuss during the meeting. Are you hearing me, sir?
Thank you, Hello?
Yes, that sounds interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Very good questions, interesting paper. So thank you, Mr. Joseph.
Thank you, sir.
Can pass to the next one. Is there any other presenter of SEPA 4?
SEPA 4, how many of them presented? All three are presented, right?
Laís Santos, Valdicelio Santos presented. We should have the third and the fourth presentation.
First, second, and fourth is gone. First, second, and fourth.
Unfortunately, we have another panel starting in 10 minutes or so for TTSDP. So I don't know if there is any time for another presentation now. We can reschedule them for later, maybe.
No, my dear moderator, these
Yes.
always belongs to me. TDSDP, SEPA, or
Oh,
ISSQ.
I see.
They all
I see.
belongs to me. Okay, don't worry.
Perfect. Perfect. I'm sorry.
Okay. I think anyone, any other presenter? I don't think so. So should we wait to start TTSDP, Professor?
Okay, all four has been gone. Rosaline, and I think she has the two papers.
Yes, Rosalind.
I think Rosaline has the two presentations, right?
Yes.
Yes. The other presentation, the presenter is having issue with the system.
No, but you should solve it. The who has presented use the system, because if the other session is starting tomorrow, the session chair will be changed. Even
Yes.
now, papers are there.
That is what we are trying to fix. I think he wants to use my system, so he's open to work on my system now.
We are all in grace. Ọlọ́run. Kò tọ́pẹ́.
He said in the next 10 minutes.
Thank you.
10 minutes, another session is starting.
Another one is starting.
Thank you.
Okay. Hello, sir.
Yes.
Let me. I have. We have three papers. So let me do the second presentation before he's ready.
I think there is an echo in the communication.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, am I clear?
Yeah, it is clear. This is your paper. Just to tell me the paper title, not to be the chair of this. Timir,
Sir, I didn't get you.
you are presenting the paper of the previous session, right?
No, this section, the Agama, a malaria coactive neurophysi expert system. Hello?
Can you repeat, please, just to find it?
Okay.
What's the name of the paper?
Agama, a malaria coactive neurophysi expert system.
Okay. Let me see here. You were at SEPA 4?
Sir?
What was your session? SEPA 4, 3, 2, 1?
Yes, 4.
4? Okay.
And that should be around 12:30.
Okay. Do you want to present? Are you ready to present?
I would like to run through it.
Okay. If you want to present, you can present. I think Professor Sandra is connected, but I guess you can present.
Okay. I'm trying to share my screen.
Just go to the left side, the bottom. There is a monitor, drawing on the monitor.
Okay.
No, I see presentation. I see presentation.
Okay.
Share presentation.
What is that? I mean, large.
Go on the next thing.
Hello.
Hi, Professor. You're back.
Yes, the paper presented just recently, it was from which session?
One thing we buy. Share audio.
Can you view my paper, please?
No, we can't see your paper now.
No.
Sorry, Prof. That paper was from SIPA 2.
SIPA 2, right. Oh.
Yeah, SIPA 2. It was 10:30. 10:30.
Okay.
Investigating the roles.
SIPA 2 fourth paper is presented now.
Now we have diagamma malaria cohort. Okay. Rosalind.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sirs. My name is Roslyn Ogundokun, by name from Landmark University, and I'm presenting a paper on Agama, a malaria coactive neurophysi expert system. And these are my table of contents: the introduction, the problem, objective, methodology, results, and the conclusion. Information and communication technology is ICT-based diagnostic tools were used in the diagnostic of a specific illness. Mostly, some of it is malaria, typhoid, and so on. So malaria is an extremely transmittable disease, and for this work, most of the people who are to access these facilities are far removed from this facility, and aside, they are far from where they can have access to this facility. So the problem of this work is that we notice that many people, sometimes maybe they are lazy in going for medical checkup, they are lazy in visiting an hospital, and we want to make it like an easier means for people to have access to diagnose of one disease or the other. But in this paper, we focus on malaria disease. So the objective was meant to showcase the expertise of the ICT approach to medical diagnosis. It also promoted early diagnosis of malaria by making the diagnostic tool available and accessible at all, even at the grassroots level. And the ICT-based neurophysics expert system diagnostic tool was optimized to function as a medical, just like a medical practitioner in the area of malaria diagnosis. Then in this study, we looked at the coactive neurophysics expert system diagnostic tool called Diagma. It was designed and implemented, and the diagnosis given by the Diagma is based on the prevailing symptoms given by the patients that the data collection and that data was collected from as through the use of a questionnaire. Then the methodology, the questionnaire was administered to patients to capture their prevailing symptoms. That is in Nigeria, University of Ilorin, the sick bay, and also teaching hospital in Ilorin. Then a total number of 100 questionnaires were administered. 80 copies were administered at civil service clinic in Ilorin. Then out of the 100 copy that was administered at the University of Ilorin Health Center, we were able to retrieve 85 copies from the center, and then 25 copies we were able to retrieve 25 copies from the civil service clinics in Ilorin, Nigeria. Then altogether we had 108 copies of the questionnaire returned. Then the results were able to develop a coactive neurophysics expert system tool for diagnosis of malaria, and this system was called Agama. And the stages of each of the functionality of the system was implemented in the study. Then after the implementation, that is the expert system, were able to put in when an individual or a sick person is trying to access the system, It can put in the symptoms of the symptom the person is feeling at that particular time, and the system is able to predict whether the person has malaria or not. Then the discussion. The allocation given by the expert system named Agama showed exact diagnosis given by the doctor. Showed the exact diagnosis given by the doctor. This specifies that computer application can accurately determine the diagnosis of malaria. The extent of this research is to determine the extent to which neurophysics methodology represents the exact diagnosis of patients compared to that of the physicians. Accuracy of the system was tested by observations made from the various population which were assessed on the field. Based on the assessment, it was found that Agama gave accurate diagnostic prediction. And then we have two platforms on which this application can be implemented. It can be implemented on a web application or as a desktop application. The expert system was developed as a desktop application that can be implemented on any personal computer. Hence, the problem of internet connectivity has been overcome. This also specifies that neurophysics expert system diagnostic tool can be truly deployed and made accessible at the grassroots level. This is just discussing the accuracy, the percentage of each of data section from the questionnaire. And in summary, the findings that we're able to deduce from this research is that design and implementation of coactive neurophysics expert system diagnostic tool called Agama. That is, we are able to develop an Agama to diagnose the malaria disease in a particular for a particular patient or for patients. Then empirically, the symptoms of malaria were identified. That is from the questionnaire that we were able to gather, we were able to identify different symptoms of malaria from different individuals. And then the most severe symptoms of malaria were also identified. This was also gathered from the questionnaire that we retrieved. And it was deduced that even though headache, pain, body pain, fever, and other symptoms identified by the respondents, that is the patient, as symptoms of malaria, and there are also symptoms of other diseases. Then in conclusion, the need to develop a system that will assist physicians is the diagnosis of malaria. In the diagnosis of malaria cannot be overemphasized. This paper demonstrated that the practical application of information and communication technology in the medical domain, and it has employed the use of coactive neurophysics expert system that can help in the diagnosis of malaria. The system is an interactive system that predicts the intensity of malaria in a patient. And the hybridized learning rule enhance the performance of the system. Based on this result, the study showed that ICT-based neurophysics expert system for diagnosis of malaria produce accurate results. Is hereby recommended to the world of academia and the industry for the purpose of research and to assist medical practitioners as a diagnostic tool for malaria. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Rosalind. Any question? Okay, I have one. Rosalind, is the system being used? You said people are using it. I understand that.
We are only proposing that the system can be used based on the results gathered from the findings.
Okay. Did you evaluate the doing some tests or something like that with real patients, I guess, or I don't know, maybe a database of patients or something like this?
Yeah, we gathered, we had a database, although I didn't include it in the slide, but there is. It's already is in the main paper.
Okay.
The database has already been created and the system was implemented. and it
Okay.
was tested also.
Okay. Thank you very much, Rosalind.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Now it is thank you very much everybody in the SEPA 4 sessions presenting here. And now we are starting without any delay to the tools and techniques in software development process. We will continue the SEPA sessions tomorrow morning exactly at the same time. All of you are welcome again to tomorrow at 8. SEPA has, I think, 14 sessions. 14 sessions, yes. And also there is this TDSDP is associated with IEEE proceeding. So we are starting. I think we should start with the paper with the Ricardo, the second paper of the TDSDP. He need to go anywhere. So instead of going for the first paper, and I'm not sure that first author is also available. So the Ricardo, you can upload and present your paper. Ricardo, are you here? Can you?
Yes, I am here. Thank you, Sanjay, for the presentation. So I am ready to start. I'm gonna share my screen. I think you are seeing my screen,
Yes, you are
or
welcome.
about to see my screen.
Yes, it's okay.
Yes. So thanks again, Sanjay, also for not only for the presentation, but also for the workshop, for all your efforts throughout these years.
Thank you.
So this paper is a paper that was written jointly by me and a good master student of mine, whose name is Bjorn Arnil Lunde, and the name of the paper is called Continuous Practices and Technical Debt, a Systematic Literature Review. I'm gonna try to be brief because I think most of the information is in the paper, and I will try to simply underline what is novel and what is making somehow sense. Okay, so I will skip the agenda. Finally, this is about DevOps and continuous approaches. And we need to see that in the last, let's say, 5 years, we have witnessed that continuous integration, continuous deployment, and automation has been a trend for all people in both academia and in industry. Maybe the most important paper was developed by Brian Fitzgerald and Stoll back in 2017, and they claimed that continuous software engineering could alleviate software crisis. With regard to technical debt, this was coined back in 1992, and is the extra work. It can be defined somehow in plain words, like the extra work you have to do as a result from choosing an easy and poorly optimized solution to achieve short-term benefits, which increases cost over time. And finally, it's a problem of not choosing the right. The third, let's say, angle in this triangle is DevOps, that could be seen as a part of continuous software engineering, but it's a term that is somehow more commercial, and also integrates one part that is also important, that is the operational side, that normally can be seen as a silo if you compare with, let's say, the traditional development cycle. Okay, so the idea, now I see Sanjay, it's nice to see you. And the idea is the integration of any techniques to both increase the number of releases that we do, that we send to production on the one hand, and on the other hand, to increase the integration and the common culture of these both silos, right? So the idea is try to see if DevOps could alleviate technical debt. Initially, it looks like it could, but let's see what the literature says. So we did an SLR, systematic literature review, based on Kitchenham guidelines, and we had 3 research questions. The first is, what are the reported effects of continuous practices and DevOps with regards to tech debt? The second is continuous practices and DevOps to alleviate or not, or release somehow the technical debt. And the third, which practices within the boundaries of DevOps and continuous practices have an impact. Okay, so let's try to see what is there. So we had a set of data sources, ScienceDirect, Springer, ACM. We did that like 6 months ago, and we had a string that is like that. Okay, so you can see. Okay, so we got some inclusion and exclusion criteria, and finally, and going to the point, we found a total of 23 papers distributed, 7 in ScienceDirect, 6 in IEEE, Springer with 4, and ACM with 3, to sum a total of 23 papers that are considered primary studies. Okay, the first. The idea is that we found some papers, but with, let's say, controversial results. On the one hand, we see that continuous integration, for instance, can help you to alleviate errors sooner. Okay, and having this control of errors in a sooner way is easier. Then it's easier to control technical debt. On the other hand, we find that if we embrace continuous release, then we can go for really tight schedules, and then maybe sometimes, if it's not applied in a nice way, according to Mantilla, it could reach to higher technical debt. Okay, so, but on the other hand, also we witness that the literature has reported other aspects in which, for instance, in the development of free PST, that if we take this continuous release approach, and if we do it in a nice way, in let's say in a controlled way, it could alleviate. So it finally depends on if you do it in a good way or not. So it's not like a clear rule. So if you do it, maybe you have it or maybe not. It depends on the way you do it. Second, can help continuous practices and develop, can help the, let's say, making less technical debt. Well, there is not the first idea or the first conclusion we take from the set of papers is that there is not too much out there, right? So maybe we need to find more or to devote more time to deal with this problem. But a couple of papers said one thing that are interesting at least. The first is like continuous analysis. So we are going not to the last parts of the development cycle, but to the first part in which you started the analysis. It's a tool that could get a better overview of existing technical debt and how it impacts. So we must think not only in development, in testing, in deployment, and in integration, but also in continuous analysis. Okay. The second aspect comes from continuous refactoring, that also, according to D. Humo, back in 2016, they say that although continuous refactoring could be also a nice tool, could also lead to more costs, right? But also they suggest that adopting a portfolio approach in addition to continuous refactoring could be very good to tackle the problem in a more systematic way. Okay, so I'm going very fast, maybe too fast. Regarding the third research question, which practices in DevOps and continuous practices have an impact on technical debt? They say that there are several practices. Some of them already appear. Continuous integration, continuous deployment, and also continuous analysis, as Antonio Martini underlined in the previous research question. But there is a novel thing here. That is continuous experimentation. And this is an aspect that for the ones that are agile specialists, that I am sure that, for instance, Shanghai is one of them. They say that if you experiment your product with a set of your users, technical debt maybe could be reduced also. And I'm doing my best to end in time. Conclusions. The management of technical debt is a topic without a big, let's say, sound set of papers to look at. This is something to underline. And we find several practices that could lead to better technical debt management, like continuous refactoring, continuous integration, continuous deployment, and continuous experimentation. And I want to underline also the importance of continuous analysis. And that's all from my side. So maybe it's time for questions. Thanks for attending.
Thank you, Ricardo, for the presentation and your time. I hope to see you again tomorrow. Right? Any question, please?
Yes, I will be. I try to be here. I'll try to be here. I mean, this is somehow personal, but Shanghai is my friend. The thing is that I broke my meniscus, right? The right one. Broke the meniscus in the knee, right?
Okay.
And I am dealing with doctors because we are thinking about going for surgery or not. And you know, when you are old and you do some sports, it's not too nice.
So, any question, please? Itamir chair. Itamir. Is Itamir there?
Yes, Professor, I'm here.
Yeah, so you are a chair of this. You are the boss. You can ask the question. He is one of the great researchers. In fact, I have not introduced. He is one of the great researchers in the world, not only for this conference. It is, we are lucky that he is here. I'm requesting to chair tomorrow's two sessions, 10, 11 and 11, 12. Maybe he will be here. Very busy guy.
Send me an email. Hi, I'll do my best.
Okay. It's okay. Thank you, Ricardo. Thank you very much for being us. Okay, so see you tomorrow at 10, right?
Thank you very much. Big hug for all you. It's really a pity not meeting in person, because I do believe this is nice doing like this kind of presentations, but it's better hugging people, right?
Yes, okay.
I love
The tight hug to you as well. Thank you, Ricardo. Thank you.
Bye.
See you. Have a nice day. Okay, who is the next presenter? Just to check it, Timir. I have just sent a WhatsApp message to this guy who is Marcelo, the first paper.
Good afternoon, sir. Emmanuel is ready. I didn't Emmanuel.
Emmanuel, how are you?
I'm fine, sir.
Yes. You
Emmanuel
have any
from
paper?
Landmark. Yes,
Okay.
yes. I was having an issue with my system the other time. I was supposed to present like 10 minutes ago, but I was having an issue. Now the issue has been resolved.
So which paper and which session?
Sir?
Which paper and which session?
Can I go on with my presentation, sir?
Which paper and which session?
Okay,
What's your
this section,
paper?
the paper is severe age skin disease, a fusili-based method for diagnosis.
So
This
what
is
is
one
SEPA 1, SEPA 2, SEPA 3? Your paper
section.
is not scheduled.
This section is 11:30. That's previous section, sir.
It is SEPA 3.
Paper 3, yes, sir. Is it?
SEPA 3. What is the title?
Severe age skin disease, a fusi-based
Okay,
method.
okay. SEPA 3 first paper. Itemir, allow him.
Okay, you can present now, Mr. What's your name?
Adeni Emmanuel.
Okay, Mr. Abenmi, you can start now.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sorry, I'm sharing my screen now. Okay. Sorry, I'm sharing my screen now.
Okay, we don't see your screen yet.
So, can you see my screen now?
Yes, please continue.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. This is Adeni Emmanuel from Landmark University in Nigeria. I'm presenting a paper titled Severe X-Skin Disease, a Fusi-based method for diagnosis. It is the button or the summary of this paper is using a Fusi logic, Fusi-based method to diagnose a severe X-skin diseases. From the introduction here, I have epidermis ailments are disorder that hurt or damage the dermis. It is endemic. There are some diseases that damage the dermis of human being, like and we now categorize them into severe and a serious case. It is people due to the fact that people are very busy in order to go for medical checkup or examine themselves. That's why we develop a Fusi-based approach to that is a form of expert system that we use to diagnose the category of H's in human body. That is, ecdermis ailment is one of the extreme well-known dermis skinnesses that trouble the cerebrum glands, though thus repetitive diagnosis could assist to avoid blusters. Why do we use Fusi-based approach? Because previous study has shown that many people, a lot of researchers have used expert system in which there are still some shortcomings due to what they use. That's why we now try to incorporate Fusi-based approach for better diagnosis of skin diseases. Expert machine reasoning is related to lateral ambiguity. That is, the proposed system used Fusi rule to address inaccuracy in the expert system analysis. It was proven that the scheme was 82% accurate, indicating good performance compared to ordinary expert system method. That is, the Fusi expert system built has shown an extreme level of guidance, medical care recommendation, and demonstrated the degree of seriousness of H state in the patient. That is what we're saying here is that this system we develop will help the patient to be able to know what to do. Maybe you have a burnt in your skin or whatever, what the procedure to do in order to clear it of maybe pimples or whatever, and it will tell you the category of the H's. The skin diseases is a skin expectation condition. That is, it deprived a lot of people. Like if some people have burns in their on their face, they will be shy to speak in the public or to go out. In order to eliminate this and to eliminate the complexity inferior. That's why we this Fusi logic method will help in order to the patient to know what to do at a particular time in order to clear off the such skin diseases. These are the category of diseases. We have the minor egg, which is figure A. Then figure B is the hash, the hash egg. That's the averagely hash age. Then figure C, then go down to figure D. Those are the degree or the level of severity of the skin diseases. That is, using using Fusi method, we classify these diseases in 4 ways, which is the mild, the moderate, extreme, and the severe, as shown in the on the screen. Now, a data set was used. This work used a data set, and that was originally generated according to the expert guidelines and the literature review. That is based on what others has done using the expert system. We go with their own data set to generate our we now use our own Fusi logic to identify various symptoms and dermis infection. It is expert system methodology dictation, and though we are filled with improbability from the literature, which is why the author used FUSI logic to propose solution to the uncertainties. This is our proposed architecture model. As you can see, we have the patients. The patients, we have an interface in which from the interface, based on the question the patients give, or based on the input the patient supply, we now return the answer, and in which we now advise the patient based on your inputs, whether your home case is severe or is moderate or is moderately severe. This is the architecture of our system. Then here from this is the sample of the simple base rule that we use. This table 2. Sorry, I spoke to table 1. Reflect the procedure in the postulated FUSI knowledge center scheme. We have the small, the medium, the big, and the very large. Based on what we have here, or the heading of the table, we have the back edge, the black edge, the pimples, the pustules, then the condoms, and the conclude. Then from here, once this is the sample of our base rule that we use in implementing the work. Now to our results, that is, we use Java and MySQL to build our system. Now this is a typical example of what we did. Is a FUSI expert system for egg skin diseases. Then this is what the user or the patient will select. If you have a black head or a white head, either in your body or on your head, you select it. Is it small or big? Then you diagnose. For instance, the result we have here, the patient has a mild egg skin disease. Advised to apply Trenion to the skin. It is maybe you have it will tell you what to use. Maybe you have to use oil or whatever that can clear off the diseases in the skin. And this figure show that this is the explanation of the figure. Now from the system we built, we discovered that the confusion matrix, which contain information that is needed for a classification system assessment. That is, the table 2 present a typical confusion matrix. The system prediction of egg severity was evaluated using those matrices. Therefore, severity has to be classified by lesion distribution. The information in table 3 indicated the table are coming or indicated that classification results as the program predicted. For machine results, the uncertainty matrix is showing in table 4. These are the table that we have here from for our evaluation, performance evaluation. We have the through class, which is the confusion matrix that was used in table 2. Then the result of the system grading for 100 cases, and the confusion matrix for 100 cases. This is the probability, the through table that we use. These are the formula that we use in order to get our FUSI based logic. From here, we can see that we can conclude that confusion matrix for 100 system classification cases, which we can then deduct that the design system show a true positive rate, true negative rate, and accurate rate of 0.7, 0.9, and 0.8 respectively. The conclusion taken from this result is that the device obtained an accurate rate of 82% after the confusion matrix assessment process. This indicates a substantial good weighting for a FUSI expert method, and an indicator of its usefulness to help the mission of predicting extent of egg skin disease, as well as providing advice on care, how to treat it. It is we now suggest or give a future work that a user or we can continue the future work by using adaptive neuroFUSI inferences method for the same mission, and then we compare the results. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Manuel.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions? I have one. Do you plan to present your research to a medical doctor to see if the comparative results with the application for new patients would be the same as the specialist, the real specialist?
Yes, this work was done based on um, medical advice. Yes, yeah, we did a lot of we went to doctors to ask to collect information about medical ache and how it occur and the level at which it occur and what are the possible solutions in which someone can apply. That is, someone in the office can just use the system without wasting much of his or her time going to the hospital. And it was done based on medical advice and recommendation.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? Any other questions? I don't think so. So thank you, Emmanuel.
Thank you, sir.
I think Professor Sanjay is connected.
So I can just remind you that at 2 p.m. there will be the opening ceremony, and at 3 p.m. there will be an opening keynote lecture. So I'm writing in the chat, so you can have the reminder here. Plus, at 2 p.m. I will be. I am required to close the room, so be aware of the time.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't know why Professor Sanjay is connected, so I'm not sure if he's aware of this. I think he is, but it's important to remember him about it. Because we are in TTSTP 1, so about TTSTP 1, is there any author? I am one of the author, but mine is 1:30 p.m. So is there another author here before me? I don't think so. Okay. Let's wait 1 minute for Professor Sanjay to see if he come back. I'm gonna prepare my presentation here to present. I'd like to wait for him. Okay, I'm contact Professor Sanjay. See if he's coming back. Let me ask here.
You can start with your presentation if you want.
Yeah, I think I'm going to present.
In the meantime.
Okay, let's go. Let me share my screen. Share screen. Do you see my screen, everybody?
Yes. Perfectly.
Okay, so my paper is titled Development of a Health Dashboard for an Electronic Health Record System. The paper is authored by me, Silvio Costa Sampaio, João Carlos, Matheus Pessoa, Ramon, and Pedro Arthur Fernandes. We are from Federal University of Rio Grande do Norte, Brazil. Well, the increase of the use of digital technologies such as tablets, smartphones, computers have significantly raised the access and the application of technical and scientific information. We see the use of these technologies in most diverse segments of human activity, such as education, health, culture, and others. And the key fact about this data is to create business value information. So all the system capture this data to create business value information. We see this application in many sectors. Health sector is a very important one. And we have information systems like electronic health records. In this context, we developed a system called Six Saúde as a solution to the challenge of promoting better management of the school service provided by Federal University of Rio Grande do Norte. This school service is related to health services. So the pillar of Six Saúde is guided by the innovation and sustainability and the incorporation of big data and AI techniques. So the system provide scheduling functionalities, medical record functionalities, and everything. And today we have thousands of patient data. So this is the public portal of Six Saúde. And this is the main dashboard of this system. We can see the number of patients, specialties, and procedures. He's developed using Java, microservices, and other technologies. So this article presents the strategies that we used for the development of a health dashboard for Six Out platform. We believe that these strategies can be applied to another EHR systems. This dashboard will enable the analysis of the information from health services and the patient's socioeconomic and clinical data. And all the data obtained by this dashboard is from Six Saúde itself. So we believe that this data is important to mainly for health policies, such as some campaigns as prostate campaign, breast cancer campaign, blood type campaign, and many others. So our solution was based on these steps. We used the Logstash Elastic Kibana and involved some health professionals to define what need to be presented on this dashboard. And to start, we get this data from Six Saúde platform. We geolocalize the patients. We unidentify the patients. This is important because of the ethical and privacy concerns. We send this data to Elastic, index these records, and provide some interfaces for making some queries, and provide and perform some queries on Elastic to present some graphs. So with this and this involvement with health professionals, we build the views and build the dashboard. So the dashboard is based on what the health profession thinks that are important to present on this health dashboard. We also use technologies such as Spring, Postgres, Logstash, and Elastic and Kibana. We use some protocols, such application protocols such as JDBC, REST, HTTP to unify all of this. And this, for example, is the heat map of the number of users of Six Saúde. As we can see here, we have the Rio Grande do Norte state. We have the three main cities where it came the most part of the patients. So Parnamirim, Santa Cruz, and Caicó. These are the cities. And we have some graphs of segmentation by user gender. For example, the age and the gender these are important for this health policies campaign. As you can see here, we can do a campaign about prostate cancer, breast cancer. We can select the patients and know where we can do this policies, health policies directed to the population we want. So we have also some relationship. We can correlate this data. For example, the gender and marital status. And this is the 6L dashboard. Let me present it briefly here. We have this heat map that I presented to you. We have blood type. This is important for some blood type donation campaign that is very important to hospitals. We know the patient's gender, the data, the color, the race, and the civil state, the gender. So all this dashboard is being incremented by the needs of these health professionals. And the idea is to increase these informations with the needs of them. So the visualization of health information allows a fast and more efficient analysis of the data. Although 6L has many lists, we have lists of patients, lists of schedules, many lists. The fact that we see it in the consolidated way in a dashboard will serve us as a primary display to extensive database of this system. And the dashboard can enable the researchers faster and easy access to a set of epidemiological, administrative, and clinical information. So with that, we intend to create this big dashboard, and it can be used to direct the health policies and the researches related to the clinical and epidemiological information. So that's it. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm not sure if Professor Sanjay is back, but any questions? No. Okay, so thank you very much. I think there is another one. Ola, where, Timot? Are you there?
Please unmute yourself if you are to present.
Yes, he lifted his hand, virtual hand. Okay. Is there anyone from TTSDP? One? We're running out of time, right, Andrea?
Yes, unfortunately, yes. So there is room probably for another presentation before 2 p.m.
Yes.
Otherwise, we can reschedule them. We have this possibility.
Okay. Someone told that there were this. I think all of. Let me see its name again. Olo. Oh, I don't know how to pronounce that, but let me look here. I'm not finding this. Oh, SEPA 4. Olo, are you from SEPA 4, right? You here?
We can see your presentation, but we can't hear your voice.
Yes. Maybe you have to mute. he asking, Andre, do you have how to unmute him? I don't think so.
I don't have the power. You have to do
Yeah.
it yourself. And you can do it by clicking in the microphone icon on the center bottom of your screen. At the bottom, when you can see three icons, a microphone, okay.
I'm trying to help him. But, okay, we're running out of time. We have only 50 minutes to finish.
Do we have another presenter eventually?
I don't think so. No one. It was me, but I already did it, so I don't think there isn't anyone anymore. Is there any other presenter here?
Yes.
Yes. Hello. Hello.
Oh,
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, this is Olawale Timothy.
Alex?
This is Olawale Timothy. Adeboje.
Yes, you can start your presentation if you.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll be talking on development of an audio steganography using discrete cosine transform and the spread spectrum techniques. So, and
you can continue.
Okay, and here are my outlines. Now, over the years, there has been a significant growth in the computer network and more specifically the internet. And with this, we have what we call the data transmission. Data transmission have been made very simple, fast, and accurate using the internet. However, one of the main problems associated with the transmission of data over the internet is that it may pose to security threats. That is, personal and confidential data can be stolen or hacked in many ways. So users may be reluctant to distribute data over the internet due to lack of security. And one of the ways to conceal information is cryptography. In cryptography, the structure of the message are scrambled to make it less and unintelligible unless the description key is available. But at times, cryptography is not even enough for this. So that is why we have what they call the steganography. Steganography is the act of hiding information in another information such that the presence cannot be detected. And we have different types of steganography. We have the text steganography, we have the image text steganography, we have the image steganography, that is hiding information in an image. And we also have the audio and video steganography, that is hiding information in an audio or hiding information in a video on an image. Here at the literature review, we have Adia and Patil, 2012. They present a research on hiding text in audio using least significant bits. But the limitation is that the research work is better when you have the 16 bits audio compared to 8 bits. Also, we have David et al. 2012 on the audio steganography using high frequency noise introduction. The limitation is that the system can only be implemented on .wav files. Also, we have the DePaul and Sonder 2013. The limitation of the
I think you're mute.
There is some issue with your microphone, probably.
Yes. Or
It's
maybe
not
it's the
muted.
connection.
No, the connection. We lost him.
Hello, maybe it's connection.
Let's wait a minute.
Yeah, let's wait a minute. 2 days, I'm gonna.
Hello.
Oh, you're back. Please continue.
Okay. So this leads to my motivation, and my motivations are inability of Lastmin and this mesh in 2003 to find a solution to the big difference between the quality of the audio before and after embedding of information. Also,
I
the
don't see
inability
your.
of
I
to
don't see your.
evaluate the audio steganography.
Excuse me. I don't see your presentation. I think you have to share your screen again.
Okay. Okay.
Now I see. Please continue.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And the inability of Olanrewaju et al. 2013 to find solutions to low robustness and inability of Tilly of Yekta et al. 2014 to resolve the problem of increase in the size of the stego file. Now, the objective of the research work develop an audio steganography using a discrete cosine transform and spread record techniques. And the second one is to evaluate the system, the developed system using the signal to noise ratio, the SNR, the compression ratio, the bits per character, and the computational time. Here is the architecture of the proposed system. This is the encoding stage. That is, the text is being passed through the AES for encryption to
Oh, I think that is a little bit of your communication.
Lost connection again.
Again. Let's wait a minute again. Hi, Professor. You're back.
Yes, I'm back. Sorry. This one. Have you presented?
Yes, I did present it. And the presentation now is from Mr. Oloweg from SEPA 4. He didn't present it. So with him, we close all the presentation from SEPA 4. But
All presentation from SEPA is finished.
Yes, he's the last one, but he had a problem with his connection. He's coming back now.
Okay, so means in SEPA 2 there was a missing paper. In SEPA 3 is okay, SEPA 4 okay.
Yes.
Hello, please, I'm back.
Okay, Oli, please.
I'm back.
He is SEPA 3 author?
He's from SEPA 3.
SEPA 3.
Yeah, his paper is, let me check here. Yes.
I'm back.
Okay, please present.
Please continue. Right.
Okay, so this is my extraction the architecture for the extraction stage. Now, the text, the plain text will the, the plain text will undergo what they call the encryption process, the AES. And the AES is a cryptography scheme that was adopted to encrypt the secret message using the equation one. And from there, these are the characteristics of the AES, and this is the structure of AES. So from there, the text after being encrypted is going to undergo a two-way data compression. We have the first one, the Hoffman algorithm. This Hoffman algorithm, the essence of undergoing this two-way is to make a compression so that there will be no distortion in the stego file. So, because we have sometimes that we have to understand, we have the frame number. The frame number is calculated by the length of the audio and the partition frames, and we have the resolution. This resolution is important because of the human auditory system, so that it will fall between the range of 20 hours to 20,000 hours, and is calculated using equation 9. So we have the frame selection, and this is where we use the spread spectrum. Is a method by which the energy generated in a particular bandwidth is deliberately spread in frequency domain, resulting to signal. But in this research work, we have two types of spread spectrum. We have the direct sequence and the frequency open spread spectrum. But in this research work, we make use of frequency open spread spectrum. And in frequency open spread spectrum, the audio file is altered, that is flow rapidly between the frequency, that is the files, the message are hidden between the frequencies, and this can be represented with equation 12. The dead text and the extracted text. This is where we select the audio files, and this is where we import the text file. So, and from the interface, it shows us the compression, the performance metrics we are going to calculate. We are going to calculate, and we have the AES key, the key that we want to use. And here is the result for wave. In this research, we make use of three different audio files. We have the .wave, we have the OGA file, and we have the M4A files. So for .wave, this is the result. The audio length, the text files from 50 KB to 500 KB. We have the audio files to be from 50. We make use of 50.5 megabytes, and the length of the audio is 5 minutes, and the compression ratio is given here, and the system is evaluated using the compression ratio, the computational time, the bits per character. And when we are talking of the signal to noise ratio, the inaudibility is determined by the perpetual difference between the stego file and the original file. And one of the characteristics of a steganography is that there should be no difference between the stego file and the original file. So, and this one is calculated using 10 log this equation 18, and the work is being evaluated with some of the existing works. For example, this works, it makes use of three audio files. In Olariwaju et al., we have one file. In ProAg and Megali, we have one, and also we have the average signal to noise ratio, and it is measured in decibel. We have 59.8. In Olariwaju, we have 54.15. In others, we have 52, and this. The compression ratio here is 1, and in other ones, we have less than 1. And the acceptance file size, the maximum acceptance file size is 200 kilobytes. So in conclusion, there are a number of proven methods to apply steganography to hide information within audio data. In this research world, an audio steganography system that uses a discrete cosine transform and spread spectrum was developed. It was shown through the implementation and subjective experimentation that the proposed audio steganography system support three different audio files. They have wave, MGA, and OGA. The system developed had the ability to embed a secret message that is up to 200 kilobytes with respect to any digital length and size without any distortion, and have the ability to retain the size after embedding the text into it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have a real quick question here. Please explain what is the main novelty of this approach. Real quick, please.
Please come again, sir.
What is the novelty, the main novelty of this approach?
Okay, the main is that in some steganography files that we have, the main problem that they always have is they is always limited to .wave file, the .wave audio file. But in this research work, we have three different audio files. And another thing is that that is what I have here in my conclusion. And also in this in this research work, there is no difference between the stego file and the original file. The stego file, that is the audio file that is being hidden, that text is being hidden on it. There is no difference between it and the original file, and this is shown from our signal to noise ratio. This is shown in our signal to noise ratio. That is, we have 59.8. Anything above 50, that means there is no noise. But anything below, that means there is noise.
Okay, thank you. Another question. So that's it. Thank you very much.
I have a question, please.
Oh, okay.
I was raising my hand, but you didn't see me. My question is, well done for a good presentation. But my question is, this method, I believe, has been used by different researchers before, as the previous researchers. How is your work different from those previous researchers, and which previous research is the closest to your work, and what makes your work different from the close research to your work?
Okay, thank you very much. In different works that have been done, there is, from what I've read, there is no way they make use of true compression. That is, here we make use of Hoffman and Lempesi. The main reason for this is that so that there will be a compression in the size of the text file, so that when it's being inserted into the cover medium, that is the audio, there will be little or no distortion. So in other works that have been done, there is a kind of difference between the stego file and the original audio. So from here, from the result I have here, the SNR, that is the signal to noise ratio, it shows us that there is less and no noise, there is no distortion in this. And this one can accommodate three different audio files, unlike others that is limited to .wave file.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
All right,
thank you. I think that's it, Professor Sanjay.
All right. Professor?
Okay, I think Itamir is his last presentation right now. Is it not?
Yeah, yes, Professor, but I already presented because there was anyone from TTSTP.
The last presentation was exactly for which SEPA, and what is the title of this paper?
It was development of an audio steganography. Yes,
Okay,
system.
stenography, it is SEPA 4.
Yeah, SEPA
It is
4,
for the SEPA 4.
12 to 20.
Okay. So we have the 100% presentation, right?
Sorry?
We have the 100% presentation, or there is one paper missing in the SEPA 1 and one paper is missing in SEPA 2, right?
Yes, the others all presented.
And in TDGSTP, there was 2 absent up to now.
Yes, Mr. Ricardo and myself.
Yes.
Right.
TD. Okay, thank you. But why you guys are not owning your camera so we can see to each other? Because the only 1, 2, 3, 4 camera is on.
Yeah.
So just to on your webcam, so you can. Fellow gesture is there. It is off. Only 3 guys. Are there any? Yes. Ola Wale. And
Thank
anybody
you.
else? We can't see. Yes. Okay, I think we have a break time now, right? There's a lunch break time.
Yes.
And we are it's been how many, after how long?
We have a session scheduled for 4 p.m. for half an hour past 4 p.m. So
4:30.
4:30, yes.
Mm.
And I have to close the room now and close the streaming. So the room will be available in 2 hours or so.
No, it is 2.5 hours, right?
Yes, indeed.
It's okay. So thank you so much for everybody. We will see you soon at 3:30. Okay. We are expecting you guys to join again. Idmir, thank you so much. I think you are returning back, right? You have one more paper.
Thank you, Professor. Yes.
Okay, so you will be there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And also, if you want to talk, maybe talk on the WhatsApp. Idmir,
Sorry, Professor?
talk on the WhatsApp. I
Okay,
think it is
no
not
problem.
the case.
Okay.
Okay, thank you everybody. Thank you for your patience and your cooperation. Rodrigo is also there still. So now I can see the face. You are again welcome after 3:30 and tomorrow as well. This conference is going to be 4 days. And also there will be in the last day, there is a best paper award. And I hope that if they are not going to change the best paper award, they pay the 500 euros to the best paper awardee. And there are not only best paper award in one, but I think there are 10 best paper award in whole conference because it is a big conference, right? Also, there is a lot of options for the special sessions, a special issue. Just to check on the website, or you may contact, or you will be invited. It will be decided after the conference. Thank you so much. Jay Pachan is also there, and I can see his face, his smiling face. I can also see this Rosaline is also there. I can see her first time in my life, right? I have not seen her. She is sending an email, okay? Please remove your automatic reply, okay? Because as soon as you send, immediately automatic reply come. So,
All right.
please remove that automatic reply.
Okay, sir.
It is my suggestion because also
right,
I can see one more. This fellow gister, she has fellow gister. Who is this fellow gister? Because I can see several names on this one. How is it possible?
It's the default name, Professor. When you enter and you don't identify yourself in this Jitsi, it put his name, fellow Jitsi, to everyone.
Okay, fellow GT. Okay. So who is on this one? Please change your name as well so we can also see who are who. So moderator Andre, please thank you so much for your cooperation and you are with
Thank
us.
you.
Okay, and this room is for us. Okay, so maybe me and Itemir and this Jay, Jay, Pancham, they are guys who are helping me up to the next 4 days. Right?
Thank you. We'll be here.
Yeah.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Even though I'm not here or I missed here and there, please just to continue for the presentation.
Sure.
I'm talking about the moderator, right? Okay, thank you so much, and see you at 3:30. 3:30 means
4:30, sir.
4:30. No. In fact, sorry, it is for all Nigerian guys. You have to be here at 3:30, right? So we are.
Sorry, Prof. What time are you using for this sessions?
At 4:30 CET. At
CET.
4:30 CET. So in
CET.
Nigeria it is 1. It is 1 now. It is 1:09. So CET is 2:09. So 1 hour behind. And even in Brazil, I think it is now 10, right?
It's 9 a.m.
It's 9 a.m. Okay. So please go and take a good breakfast, good energy,
Okay.
and return back. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Moderator, please.
Professor.
Okay.
See you soon.
Thank
See
you.
you soon.
Thank you,
you.
Andrea.
Okay. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.